Hello friends and welcome to the channel. Today I'm really excited because I'm kicking off a brand new build series with something really special. The 1/8 scale Lotus Esprit, otherwise known as Wet Nellie, from The Spy Who Loved Me. This kit comes courtesy of my new friends over at Agora Models, and it's part of their James Bond collection. And I want to give my friends at Agora a big thank you for sending this into the channel. I really appreciate it. Now, this isn't just any model kit. It's a piece of cinematic history brought to life in stunning detail. If you've seen The Spy Who Loved Me, you know exactly why. This wasn't just a car or a submarine. It was a legend, and Agora has done an incredible job capturing that legend in scale model form. Now, before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome, and thanks so much for tuning in. And to all of my current subscribers, and I can't say it enough, I truly appreciate your support. Every view, every comment, every thumbs up keeps this channel going, and I'm grateful for all of you. Now, this is my very first build with Agora Models, and I'm excited to share it with you. For those unfamiliar, Agora is a relatively new but fast-growing company specializing in large-scale kits of cars, ships, aircraft, and even some figures. They were founded in 2019 by enthusiasts, and their mission is simple: create models that are visually stunning, fun to build, and packed with detail. And in just a few short years, they become a leader in the big-scale modeling space. Most of their kits are offered through a flexible subscription model, shipped in packs that spread out both the build and the cost. But for those who want to jump right in, many kits, including this one, are also available as a complete set. And I have to say, the way they package and present their kits really shows pride and attention to detail. They genuinely listen to builder feedback and use it to improve future releases. And as someone who's been in this hobby for a long time, that really means a lot to me. So if you'd like to explore their full lineup, check the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen. Either way, be sure to check them out. Now, let's talk Wet Nellie. The nickname Wet Nellie came from the Bond filming crew, referencing Little Nellie from You Only Live Twice. For me personally, this car is extra special. The Spy Who Loved Me was the first Bond film I ever saw as a kid. When I watched that Lotus dive underwater and transform into a submarine, I was hooked. Ever since then, the Esprit has been one of my all-time favorite Bond cars. So I'm going to throw this question out to all of you. What's your favorite Bond car? Or maybe, what was your first Bond movie that got you hooked? Drop your answers in the comments. I really enjoy reading them, and it's always fun to hear your stories. Now, I'll be honest, this build excites me, but it also intimidates me a little. The details here are next level, but that's what makes builds like this one so rewarding. So here's what you can expect if you purchase this Agora Models kit. Strong, sturdy packaging, whether you go the subscription or the full kit, parts with incredible detail, carefully protected, and clear, step-by-step online instructions to guide you through. Now, since I do have the full kit, I'll still be building it in episodes that mimic the subscription model. So we'll go pack by pack, but unlike the subscription, you won't have to wait a month between stages. We'll keep the momentum going and really dig into this build together. Of course, if you know me, I'll be putting my own spin on things. This kit is fantastic right out of the box, but I can't resist adding a few custom touches along the way. Wet Nellie deserves nothing less. Now, I've already prepped a little off camera, but let's take a quick look at the packaging. Now, your boxes are going to come in the mail individually, or even if you get them in the full kit, they're going to come in plain brown boxes like this. But most of them are reversible, which is really cool. As you can see for this box, for step 1, I've already removed the parts and swapped the box around. And I really like how these are designed. They're really nice material. I mean, it's cardboard, but it's done really well. And I just think it's so cool. And especially if you're building the stages through the monthly subscription, this way you can have a nice looking box to store your parts in while you're waiting for the next pack to arrive. All right, so let's get this pack 1 box open and see what's inside. Okay, in the box, we get this really nice microfiber cloth, and you can use this for wiping your kit down or for setting the nice finely painted parts on, but that's a nice little touch. All right, we also get this really nice pamphlet with information about the car, and I'm not going to open it all the way up because I don't have room, but this has some information about the car. It shows the remote control, all the cool features of the kit. And again, this is a really nice kit. It comes with an angled display stand, motorized propellers, louvered metal screens, the periscope, the missiles, the front-mounted torpedoes, working lights, jet sprayers, and the inside of the cockpit light up, and you've got the nautical controls and everything. Really cool. On the back, we've got some information about Agora. And then this actually opens up and is a really nice poster showing Wet Nellie. Really cool. Okay, so as you can see, everything's well packed in the box. You've got your steps clearly marked on each pack. This one is step 5, which is part of the interior door panel. Step 6, which is more door parts. Here we have the front nose wing and some lights and your screws, and looks like the bumper part of the car. Sorry, it's upside down. This is step number 2. Here we have step number 4, which is the door, the window, more screws, and some very tiny parts. You want to make sure you keep track of those. And I will mention also, this kit is not all plastic. Yes, there is some plastic in it, but a lot of it is metal. So this kit's going to be a pretty heavy kit when we're done. Then we have step 1. And in step 1, we have the hood, some screws, a backing for the hood, and we have a nice looking screwdriver in here. Okay, so that covers what comes in the first pack, and we have 12 packs altogether. Okay, so as you can see, everything's neatly organized and well packed in the boxes, and it's clear that Agora takes pride in all of their presentation. All right, friends, you've got the background, you know the car. Now it's time to grab the first pack and get to the build. Okay, friends, so this is stage 1 of pack 1, and for this stage, we're going to be assembling the hood. Now, this is your first pack, so it's going to have a screwdriver in it, and this is actually a really nice, very light Phillips screwdriver. Now, this is probably going to work fine for most of you, but with my older hands, I need something with a little bit better grip on it, so I will be using my own Phillips screwdriver. This is a number 0 Phillips screwdriver. A couple other things you're going to need. You're going to need a good hobby knife to cut these packs open and stuff like that. You're going to need some tweezers. I've got a couple different kinds. I've got kind of a flat tweezer here, a very pointed tweezer here, and kind of an angled tweezer, and those are probably going to cover most of what you're going to need. The other thing is you're going to get extra screws, so the screws are all called out clearly in the instructions. So what I've done is I've got some little containers here that I've marked for which screws are which. So this is going to be for the DS20 screws, which we're using in this stage. So I'm going to keep my spares in here, and then as I add them up, that way if I lose one or misplace one, I've got my spares handy and they're not flying all over the desk. Another thing you're going to want to do is, because these are very nicely painted and finished parts, you don't want to just set them on anything. So I've got an old mat here I've modified with some fabric, and I can sit that painted surface on there and move it around, and I'm not worried about it scarring up the finish on the paint. The other thing you're going to want to do is, because these are metal parts, when you're putting screws into metal, you're going to be cutting into that metal, and that's going to be kind of hard. So when you're getting ready to put your screws into the metal, I just dip the tip of the screw in some lubricant. I'm using this Liberty Oil Products 100% synthetic lubricant. That works great for this kind of thing. And I've got an old contact lens container here that I've put some oil in so I can keep it on the desk and keep it closed so it doesn't spill and get all over the place. So I'll just dip the screw in there and screw it into the part. All right, so that covers kind of the extra stuff. So let's get these parts out of the box, make sure we've got everything, and get to the build. Okay, I got all my parts out of the packaging. I've got my DS20 screws. I've got my hood. I've got my hood subframe. I've got my air intake grill. And I have my, strut bracket here. And of course, this really nicely finished hood. Okay, first step, we're going to take our hood backing plate and our hood hinge, and we're just going to place it right here. It'll only go in one way, so we'll just slide this through the slot there, press it in, and that part's done. Okay, next we're going to take our hood and we're going to lay it down so the shiny side's down, and we're going to take this air intake screen and we're just going to set it right in just like that. Doesn't matter which way it goes, it fits both ways, but it fits inside there, so it's just kind of sitting in there. Next, we're going to take our subframe and we're just basically going to place this over here like this, so it's going to sandwich that vent in there between those two parts. And then we're going to secure this with 4 of the DS20 screws. So I'm going to take my screw and dip it in a little oil. Get another screw. I'm just going to get all 4 of these started before I tighten them up. All right, now that I've got all 4 in, I'm just going to tighten them all down. All right, and that's the end of step 1. All right, for step 2, we're going to be partially assembling the front wing and the bumper and the turn signal lights. So we're going to start off by taking this piece and flipping it over. Now, this part here is marked with an R and an L, and the light lenses are also marked with an R and the other one's marked with an L. So we're going to take the right one and we're just going to set it in here just like that. Then we're going to take our left one and do the same. Okay, next we're going to take our reflectors, and these are also marked with an R and the other one's marked with an L. And these only go on one way, so we're just going to set it in here like that. And then we're going to attach these with a couple of PSO2 screws. Just get it started. All right, now these are going into plastic, so you don't want to over tighten them, but you want to make sure they're pretty snug. All right, and there's that one. We'll do the same for the other side. All right, and that step is done. Okay, next we're going to take this part we just assembled and we're going to attach it to the front wing. And this only goes in one way, just like that. And then we're going to attach it with 2 PSO2 screws here and here. All right, just like that. That step's done too. Okay, for stage 3, we're moving to a different section. We're actually going to be building part of the engine. So let me get this opened up and we'll get started on this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is take part of the valve cover assembly and one of these caps. Now, these are keyed, so they only go in one way. Push it in just like that. And then we're going to be using a PSO1 screw to attach to that. Okay, we'll just take our screw, get it started in there. All right, and that's attached. Okay, we'll do the same for the other side. Once again, it's keyed, only goes in one way. Hold that on there. Take our PSO1 screw, get that started in there. Nice and snug. All right, those are done. Okay, next we're going to take our cam gears here, and they're going to go in the other end. And these aren't keyed or anything, they just kind of go in there. Then we're going to take a PSO2 screw and attach that. So get that lined up in there. Get that one started. It's kind of an awkward angle here, but if you're careful, you can get it. All right, that gear's installed, and we're going to do the same for the other side. All right. And those are done. Okay, next we're going to take this valve cover, and this is the right one. You can see in there it's got an R. And we're going to take our oil filler cap, and this is also keyed. It only goes on one way. We're going to set it on there like that, and then use a PSO2 screw on the bottom to attach it. All right, and that's in there. Okay, next we're going to put our valve covers on top of the cam. So this is L, and this is L. And you've got kind of an alignment pin here, so they'll only go in on one. You can't kind of mix them up. Well, I guess you could, but it'd be really hard. And then we're going to attach these with some more PSO2 screws. Again, you're going into plastic, so you don't want to over tighten them. And there's that side done. And wow, I have to say that looks really great with the Lotus in there and everything. Very nice. All right, let's do the other side. Just like that. Okay. And those are done. All right, next we're going to take this piece and our spark plugs, and we're going to put these into this portion of the engine block. Now, you want to put in you're using the thicker side to go in here. So we're just going to get that in here like that. Pressed in like that, and that's a pretty good fit. Do the rest of them. I'm actually going to use some tweezers to make sure those are getting in there all the way. There we go. Okay, now our spark plugs are in. Okay, next we're going to take our first cam. This is the one with the oil cap. And we're just going to place it in these holes here. And you've got this alignment pin that's going to go right in here. So it'll only go on one way. And then on the back side, we're going to attach this with a couple of PSO2 screws. Now the screws go inside here. Just like that. Get this one started. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take the other side, and it's going to go on the same exact way, like that. And then we'll use a couple more PSO2 screws to secure that. And that assembly, stage number 3, is done. Okay, next we have stage 4, so I'm going to get this opened up and we'll keep moving on. Okay, for this stage we're going to be assembling the right side door with the lock mechanism and the door handle. So the first thing you're going to want to do is take this door handle assembly and we're going to put it right in there. Now this is keyed, it only goes in one way. So just push it in like that. And then we're going to hold that in with a PSO2 screw. Put that right in here. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to be doing the door hinge or the door locking assembly here. Now this comes with a very tiny little spring, so you're going to watch that you don't lose that, because when I dropped it out of the package it took off flying. So fortunately I found it. Then we're going to take these two parts here. For these two parts you've got a wide one and a narrow one. We're going to take this wide one, so we're going to set that in there like that. Now this is going into metal. So I dipped my screw in a little bit of that oil. There it goes. Get our other screw. Okay, that's in like that. Next, we're going to want to take this part here. Put this in first here. Like so. Let's get our spring on there. All right, now it just needs to sit just like that. And then we're going to take this other bracket and we're going to put it right here, but we want to make sure that it doesn't catch that spring underneath it. Okay, so let's set this in here like this. And we're going to attach it with some DS23 screws. I'm just using my fingernail to kind of hold that spring back while I tighten down this other side here. All right. And that is done, and that's how it's supposed to work. Now, this is a moving part, so I'm going to actually drop a little bit of oil on there just to keep it moving nice and free. Okay, next we're going to be working on our door hinge. So you want to take this part here, and you can see it's got an angle to it. So we want to make sure the angle is facing this way so that when it's in here and this is up, it looks like that. All right, so we're going to set that in there, and then we're going to take this piece here, and it's just going to sit on here, and it's going to go over these two lugs at the back, and then we're going to use a DSO5 screw to secure this. Now the DSO5 screw's got like a flange on it. All right, now because this is a hinge and it's going to be carrying the weight of the door, we want to make sure you get it as tight as you can without breaking the screw, obviously. And then this is open and closed, just like that. Now there's going to be some resistance on this, but you want that so the door just doesn't go flying around. Okay, next we're going to be attaching our glass in here, and this just simply fits over these two lugs right here. Just fits over like that, and then we're going to use a couple of the DSO5 screws to secure it. And two. Now, you don't want to over tighten these because this is plastic. You'll crack that windshield, or you'll crack that clear glass if you over tighten these. So get them snug and secure, but just don't over tighten them. Okay, for this stage, we're going to be moving on to the interior door panel. So let's get that going. I want to start off by taking this and just fit it in here. How's this go? Like this. Just like that. And then we're going to attach that on the back with some PSO5 screws. One in there. And one on this side. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to do this interior door trim on the interior handle. So you can see there's a specific pattern of holes there. So this just goes in there and it only goes one way. So just line it up. Press it in there firmly. And that's done. Now we're going to be putting that in here, and it's kind of an offset, so it'll only go in one way. Just put it in there like so, and then another PSO5 screw to secure it on the back. And it looks just like that. Then we're going to take this right side door handle, and it's just going to fit into that slot right there. Hold it in place, turn it over, and we'll secure it on this side with a PS09 screw. Just like that. Okay, for stage 6, which is the final stage in this pack, we're just going to be continuing on with the door, and we're basically going to put the door together here. So we'll take our door, and this is just going to fit over here like so. There's a notch in the back here. So you want to make sure that goes over this. Okay. And then we're going to attach these with some DSO2 screws. So I'm just going to get all these started before I tighten them all down. Okay, now that we've got all 4 in there, we can start tightening them down. All right. And that part's in. Okay, next we're going to attach the door lock. And this, again, is keyed. Just make sure it goes over that pin there. Just like that. And we're going to attach that with a PSO1 screw. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take our inner door panel and we're going to attach it to the door. And this just, you want to put these in the back. Make sure they're in all the way. And then just take this, push that down a little bit, and snap it into place. And that is our first door completely assembled and ready to go. Okay, for stage 7, we're going to start building part of the seat. So basically we've got part of the seat, some little foam cushioning, and some 3M double-sided stick tape. So we're going to start off by applying the tape inside the seat here. Then we're going to peel off the backing. Then we're going to take our foam and place it in just like this. Press it down in there, just like so. And that is the end of stage 7. For stage 8, we're going to be doing the same thing, but for the back of the seat. So we'll take our 3M tape, stick it in here, peel off the backing, and we'll place the cushion in here just like that. Next, we're going to take our 2 seat pieces and we're going to slide these together and then hold them together with 2 PSO5 screws. All right, and that concludes that stage. Okay, onward to stage 9. Now, for those of you who are very observant, you might notice something a little different. So I know there's a lot of discussion about what color the interior of the movie car really was. Was it green? Was it gray? I personally think it was more of a dark gray color, not the green, but that's just how it looks to me on the movie. It may look to you differently, but since this is my kit and you can customize your kit because it's your kit, you can do whatever you want to it. I want to make mine look a little more like the movie car. So if you look on the back here, this is the original color that this headrest used to be. So what I did was I masked it off. I sprayed some primer on it. And then I painted it in a dark gray just to give it kind of a, dark gray look to it. And I think it's closer to the movie, at least as far as I can tell. But my original plan was to mask this off and actually darken the seat color too. But after looking at how the thatching pattern is in here and on the door and the inside of the door, yeah, I just decided that might be a little too much to take on for me. So I'm just going to do some other changes in the interior and make it look a little more realistic to me, along with some other details that I'll add later on, like working on the engine and making it look a little more realistic. But for now, let's move on to step 9 here, and it's basically just we're taking this, we're sliding it up in here, and we're just basically fitting the seat cover around the body of the seat. Just make sure it all gets in there and wrapped around. And that is the end of stage 9. Okay, for stage 10, we're going to be attaching the first carburetor. So let me get this opened up and we'll get right to it. Okay, for stage 10, the first thing it's telling us to do is insert these velocity stacks into the carburetor. Now, I know for a fact from watching other people who have built this, these tend to fall out, so I am not going to put these on until later. So I'm going to set those aside in a safe place and put them on when I'm ready. So the next step is to take this part here, the carburetor detail, is what they're calling it, and place it in the top of the carburetor here. And it kind of only goes one way, like that. And then we're going to attach this from the bottom with a PSO1 screw. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take part of our intake manifold and our carburetor. We're going to place them right there. And we're going to attach this on the back with 2 PSO1 screws. Now we're just going into plastic on this, so you do not want to over tighten them. All right, just like that. Okay, for stage 11, we're going to start off doing the same thing we did before, which is building the carburetor detail. So that goes on like this, and then a PSO1 screw to hold it in. Then we're going to take our intake manifold from before, and we're going to assemble this part here, this second carburetor, onto the intake manifold. Just like that. Okay, for the next part, we're going to take this bracket here, and we've brought over the top of our engine from the previous stage. So we're going to take this, and this is going to go inside here. Now, it is keyed. There's a hole here and a pin here. So we're just going to set that down in there like so. Like that. And then we're going to use 2 PSO2 screws to secure it. Just like that. Then we're going to take our carburetors and our intake manifold, and these tabs here are going to go through these slots, and you can see they fit over those 2 holes there. And we're going to use 2 PSO2 screws to hold it in. Just like that. Okay, while I've got this part out of the vehicle and we haven't moved on yet, I'm going to go ahead and add some detail by using a little bit of a wash on these parts to kind of bring out some of that detail. Some of this we might not be able to get to after it's built on to the rest of the vehicle. So we're just going to use some panel line wash here and just get it on all these parts. And we'll clean some of this up when we're done, the excess. There we go. That just brings out so much more detail. Just a little bit goes a long way. All right. I don't really want to do any additional detail up here because this really looks nice. All right, let's give that a minute to dry up and then we'll clean it off. Okay, we'll just use some mineral spirits here. Clean off that excess. And also kind of blend it in. All right, just a little bit of detail to make it pop there. All right, let's move on. Okay, for stage 12, we're going to be building the right side of the gearbox, so let's get to it. Okay, so for this part, we're going to take this disc brake rotor and this drive shaft, and this is going to go in here, and it is keyed. It's got a post and a peg. So it goes in here just like that. We're going to hold that in place. We're going to take this part and we're going to put it in there, and then we're going to hold this all together with a PS23 screw. Okay, just like that. Next, we're going to take our half of the gearbox, and this is going to go on here, and you can see it's keyed. It only goes on one way. So we're going to get that in here like that, and we're going to hold that in with a PSO1 screw. And that's the end of that stage. Okay, for stage 13, we're doing the exact same thing, but this is the left side of the gearbox. And now we've got both sides of our gearbox. Okay, for stage 14, we're going to be assembling the gearbox. So we're going to take this half of the gearbox, which is the right side. It's got an R stamped in there. We're going to take this piece here, and it's just going to kind of slide into the side there, like so. And we're going to hold that in with a couple of DS25 screws. And then this piece back here goes on similar, just over that, just like that. And we'll use the same DS25. Just like that. Now we're going to join the two halves together by putting this on here like this and using a couple of DS01 screws to hold it together. All right, and that completes stage 14. Okay, for stage 15, we're going to be adding the bell housing to the engine. So we're going to start by adding the clutch cylinder. That's this part here. And this is going to go in right here. And then that's going to be held in from the back with a PS01 screw. Just like that. And then we're going to take the bell housing and the transmission we made earlier. And we're going to put this one in here like that and mount it with some DS01 screws. One there and one down here. I want to make sure those are snug and tight, going into metal. All right. And there we have our transmission and our bell housing all done. And that completes stage 15. Okay, for stage 16, we are going to fit the starter motor and the bell housing cover. So to start off, we're going to take our starter motor in our detail part. Just like that. Then we're going to take our bell housing cover, and this is keyed here, and it's going to go right in there. Just like that. And we're going to use a PSO2 screw to hold it in. Just like that. Then we're going to take our bell housing cover with our starter and our transmission here. We're going to line these up, and we'll attach this with 3 DS01 screws. Okay, and there we have it. And just like before, I'm going to take this opportunity while it's out to do some detailing on it and do a little wash. So let's do that now. Okay, and that's got some more realistic look to it now. I think it looks really good. All right, so that was the last of that stage and the last of that pack. Okay, so for stage 17, we're going to be preparing the engine block by fitting a bracket and a breathing pipe. Okay, so we're going to start off by taking half our engine block and this bracket, and we are going to place it right in here, just like that. Make sure these are facing up. And we're going to attach this with a couple of DS05 screws. Want to make sure those are nice and tight. And just like that, that's done. Okay, next we're going to be taking this breather tube and we're just going to fit it into this slot here. Just like that. And that's the end of this stage. Okay, for stage 18, we're going to be fitting the engine block and exhaust manifold. So for this stage, we're going to need to bring back the part we built earlier. And we're going to turn it over just like this. Then we're going to take our exhaust manifold and it's going to go right through these little slots here. And we're going to attach this using some PSO2 screws. Okay, so we'll get the first one started here. And then the second one. All right, just like that. Let's move on. Okay, next we're going to take this assembly and the half of our engine block from the previous stage, and this is just going to fit right over these little, there's a couple of cutouts here. It's just going to fit right over there, just like that. And we're going to attach that with some DS01 screws. All right, now let's move on to the next part. Next, we're going to take this part and it's going to fit right over that, just like so. Line up the holes and we'll attach this with the same DS01 screws. And that completes stage 18. Okay, for stage 19, we're going to be adding the pulleys to their support bracket and then attach that entire bracket to the engine block. Okay, so to begin, we're going to need these two parts here, and these are keyed. So we're going to take the back of the pulley here, and then the front of the pulley, just fit it in here like so. Squeeze it together, and that's all there is to that. Next, we're going to bring over our bracket, and this pulley we just created is going to fit in this hole right here, and it is keyed. Then we're going to take this other pulley and place it right on here, and just like the other one, it is keyed. Just like that. Then we're going to turn it over and we're going to lock them in with a couple of PSO2 screws. Just like that. Okay, now we're going to take that bracket we just assembled and our engine block from the previous stage, and we're going to put this right on here. Just like that. Make sure it's underneath this part. And then we're going to fasten it here with a DS01 screw. Just like that. And that's the end of stage 19. Okay, for stage 20, we're going to be connecting the spark plug cables and the distributor, then assemble and fit the oil pump to the engine block. So first we're going to bring back over our engine that we've been building. We're going to make sure our gears are facing this way. We're going to take our long wires and we're going to fit them right over the spark plug, just like that. The next longest. The next longest. And then this one. All right, just like that. Next, we're going to take the remaining one and we're going to attach this to the center post on our distributor cap. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to be connecting our individual spark plug wires to the distributor cap. Now there is a firing order, so we have to go in the right order. So we're going to take this one closest to the gears, which is spark plug number 1, and we're going to put it on this one here, which would I guess be in your 12 o'clock position. Then we're going to take the second one, and that's going to go in your 3 o'clock position. Number 3 goes in the 6 o'clock position. And number 4 goes in the 9 o'clock position. Make sure those are on there good. And the only one that we should have not connected is the center one, which will go to the coil eventually. Next, we're going to take our oil pump assembly here and our oil filter. And this is basically just going to fit right over this, just like that. It's friction fit, and that's all you need. Then we're going to take the bottom of our distributor, and this is going to go on this post, and it is keyed. And friction fit, just like that. Now we're going to bring our engine back over, and we're going to take our distributor top. Now this is keyed, and it's going to go right in here. Let's get that in there. And it's just press fit like that. And we still have our single coil wire disconnected. Okay, so now we're going to take our distributor and oil pump and we're going to hold the engine so your carburetors are facing you. Now you're going to want to kind of fish this through here between this breathing pipe and the carburetor, just like that. And then on this back bracket, you've got a pilot hole and another hole here. So we're just going to fit this into there, just like that. Okay, so you can see it's through the hole in the pin. Now, the instructions say we're just going to leave it like this. We're not going to attach it with a screw yet. That'll be done in the next stage. And with that, that's the end of stage 20. Okay, for stage 21, we're going to be fitting the alternator and the belts and then attaching the unit to the engine block. So let's get going on this. Now it says in the instructions, the difference between these belts is one is thicker than the other, but man, it is close. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe this one is the thicker one. So we'll put that one on that side and that one on that side. So for the first part, we're going to bring over our engine block assembly that we had before. We're going to make sure our oil pump is where it belongs. So it's sticking through right there. Then we're going to take our toothed pulley, we're going to put it right over that and attach it with a PSO1 screw. And what that's going to do is it's going to hold in our oil pump and that gear. Okay, so next we're going to start assembling our alternator. So we're going to take this part and it is keyed. You just want to stick it in here. Just like that. Now that we've got these two parts together, we're going to bring over our face of the alternator. And these are both keyed, so you just want to fit this right in here. And then we're going to put a PSO1 screw behind it to hold it all together. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring the back of our alternator. And then we're going to take the front of our alternator. Now, this will only go on one way. This one has a key slot in it. And these are just round, so you can see that goes there. These are just press fit together. And there we have our alternator. Okay, next we're going to bring our engine back over, take our alternator, and we're just going to set this right over this hole and this hole. This is the alternator bracket, and this is part of the front of the timing cover. We'll just put them over there, and we're going to hold those in with a couple of PS01 screws. Now, I found it's easier to just loosely attach this one so you can move this around and line up that second hole. After we get the second screw started, then we can circle back and tighten them both up. Just like that. So our first belt has to go over these 4 pulleys. So we'll get that going here. Let's start off with this pulley. Okay, now getting that stretched over all those pulleys is kind of tricky, so you're just going to have to be patient. It will go on. It just takes a little bit of patience. Now we're going to put the other belt over these 3 pulleys. All right, that one went on a lot easier. And with that, that's the end of stage 21. Okay, for stage 22, we're going to be working on the airbox. So for that, we're going to need our velocity stacks from before that I left off the carburetors because they tend to get knocked off and lost. So now that we're going to be using them, I'm going to go ahead and fix these to the carburetors. So these just friction fit right in there. Just like that. Okay, so next we're going to take our engine assembly here, and we're going to take this part of the airbox, and this is just going to basically go on right over those velocity stacks, like that. Now, it is keyed, so we want to make sure we get it on the right way. So that is the right way, like that. And then we're going to tighten this down with a couple of PS14 screws. We'll get our second one started. Just like that. Then we're going to take this part of the airbox, and this is going to go on. This is the side with your belt, so you want the breather inlet hose to go towards the back. So that's just going to fit on there like that. And then there is a hole back here on the back of the airbox. That's where we're going to put a PS05 screw. Okay, now I've got it biting. Tighten it up. And just like that, our breather box is on top of our carburetors. Okay, next, we're going to take this breather tube that we installed earlier, and there is a little notch here in the bottom of that airbox. So we just want to fit that in that little slot, just like that. And with that, this stage is complete. All right, for stage 23, we're going to continue working on the engine. Basically, we're going to close up the engine block by attaching a back plate and fitting the gearbox assembly. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take this part here and our engine block, and with it held here just like this, we're going to take this piece, it's going to go on just like that, and we're going to attach this with 2 PSO2 screws here and here. Snug those up. Just like that. All right, now we're going to bring back our gearbox from the previous stages. We're going to take our engine and turn it upside down like this. Take our gearbox, turn it upside down, And this is going to fit in here. And we're going to attach that with 2 PSO2 screws. Just get that one started. The second one. Just like that. All right, next we're going to take this piece, and it's got a slot cut out at the top that goes over this. So we're just going to set that over so it'll look like that. And we're going to attach this with 2 PSO2 screws as well. Just like that. And that's the end of that stage. Okay, for stage 24, we're going to be putting together and attaching the oil sump to the engine. So for this, we're going to take this part here. And we've got 2 of these. Now, these have to go on so that the raised portions go down and the countersunk portions are up, like so. So we're just going to place those in here like that. And we're going to use some P827 screws to attach these with. All right, so these are some really tiny screws. Okay, just like that. Okay, now we're going to bring our engine back over and turn it upside down like this. And we're going to take this part here, flip it over, and it's just going to fit right on there like that. And we're going to attach this with some PSO2 screws. Just like that. Okay, now just like before with the detailing I added on the gearbox, I'm going to add some onto the engine block here before we go to the next stage. So I'm just taking my panel line fluid again, just drop it in there. Just let that run in. Then we'll come back and we'll clean this up and we'll have a little extra detail. Now I realize you're probably never going to be able to see this on this kit, and I know that, but I just like adding detail and I like making things look, a little more realistic. And I think just little touches like this are a nice way to do that. And it's quick, it's easy, it's not, you don't have to be precise. And like I said, it just adds a little bit of personal touch too. That looks nice. Okay, now I also do not like this exhaust manifold. It's too shiny, it looks too new. No exhaust manifold looks like that, so we're going to take care of that too. Okay, for this step, I'm using something a little different. I'm using a pigment from Ammo, and this one's it's called Metal Slag. And I think it's just going to give enough change in appearance to that exhaust manifold to make it look not old, but just like, it's had some use. And for a pigment, you just really put a little bit on a Q-tip and you just start rubbing it in, and you can go as dark or light as you want. Just depends on how much you want it to get in there. Add a little more. All right, and see how that takes the shine off it? Doesn't look so pristine and brand new. That's what I'm going for. Can even get it in there around the manifold brackets there. Again, you don't have to be really precise because you're just doing some weathering on it. Well, that's the end of that stage. Okay, friends, for stage 25, things are getting real here. We're going to be actually mounting the engine into the chassis. So that's what this nice, really heavy metal piece is. This is the chassis for the car. So we are basically going to take our engine, turn it around this way. Got a pin here and a pin here. So let's turn our chassis over and we'll get those lined up over that, just like that. And we're going to attach those with some PSO5 screws. Get this one started. Start this one. Now we can kind of move it around here, get a better grip on things. And that completes stage 25, and that completes pack 3. So we actually got a lot done in this pack. this is really starting to come together. And also just look at, lengthwise here. My mat is about 26 inches. So, that's, this is really cool. Okay, for stage 26, we're going to be assembling the header tank and adding a clutch lever. But first, we're going to be adding this L-shaped tube here. Now, this is going to go underneath the carburetors. And right here, there's a little post that tube is going to connect to. So let's get that under there. That's where I can grab it. All right, and we'll just get it started on that post. That on there all the way, just like that. And then this shorter end of that hose down here is just going to connect to this feed for this carburetor. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this part here, and this goes on the back of the airbox and then to this hole near the filler cap. So I've taken this spark plug wire off of this spark plug over here just to get it out of the way so it's a little easier to get to. So we're going to get this in here. We'll grab hold of that. There we go. And that's in like that. Now I think I am going to take a little super glue and just dab it in there so that doesn't pop out, because it already popped out on me once while I was test fitting it. There we go. Now we'll turn this around and I'll reconnect that spark plug wire. So I kind of don't like the way that looks like that, so I'm actually going to pass this plug wire back underneath that and then bring it back over and connect it. There we go. That lays a little better. All right, so now we're going to take this, it's called the clutch cylinder dust cover, and that's going to go right here. And it just pushes in just like that. Okay, next we're going to take our clutch lever, and it's going to go right in this slot here. Just get it started. And there's a hole in that dust cap we just installed, so you just want to get it in there so that pin is in the hole in the dust cover. Okay, next we're going to take this very small clutch return spring, and there is a hole right here in this little tab. We're going to hook part of the spring to there, and then the other part's going to hook over that. So we're going to hook that, and then we'll hook over the clutch lever there, just like that. Okay, next we're going to attach this bracket to this header tank. Now, there's a keyed hole there, and this is keyed, so we're just going to set this in here like that, press it in, and then on the back, we're going to hold it in with a PS14 screw. Okay, just like that. And that is the end of stage 26. Okay, for stage 27, we're going to be attaching the inner right side member. So we're going to start off with this part here, which is metal, and the part we created in the last stage. So we've got a little pin on this side, and we've got a couple holes here. So this pin is going to go in the second hole on this side, just like that. And then we're going to hold that in with a DSO6 screw. Okay, just like that. Next, we're going to bring this back over, and this is going to fit over this post right here. So we'll stick that in there. And we're going to hold that in with a DSO2 screw. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take the water pipe here, and this is going to go down in this hole here, and the other end is going to attach to this pipe up here. So let's get this started down here, like that. Then we'll connect this to this, just like that. And then we're going to fasten this one on the bottom with a PS14 screw. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this smaller of the two hoses. This is a cooling hose, and this is going to connect right onto this post right here. Just like that. So then we're going to fish this hose around this way, and we're going to connect it to that L hose we hooked up to the carburetors earlier. Just like that. Okay, now we're going to take the larger hose, and it's going to connect to this bottom post down here. Just like that. Now this is going to wrap around up here, and it's going to go on this post down here underneath the intake manifold. All right, just like that. And with that attached, that completes stage 27. Okay, for stage 28, we're going to be attaching these left and right side members, and these are very heavy, and they're both metal. These are also marked. This one's marked with an R. We're going to start off with the one marked with the R. We're going to bring our chassis back over here. We're going to take this one marked R, and these are going to go over this post and underneath this tank here. So we'll start off by getting this put in here on those two posts, like that. And we're going to use some DSO6 screws to attach this. So let's move this over here and we'll get this one started. And we'll get this one here. And then this one here is going to go through that tank. There we go. Then we'll tighten these down. Start off with this one. Just like that. Now we're going to turn our chassis around and grab our brace marked with the L. And that one is just going to go on just like that. And we'll attach that with some DSO6 screws. And we'll want to make sure these are all nice and tight. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this pressure cap assembly, and this is keyed, and it's going to go right on top of that tank there. And the hose on it is just going to go down here between these two rails. And that's that. And that is the end of stage 28. Okay, for stage 29, we're going to be fitting the right brake caliper to this cross member here. So we're going to start off by taking this bracket here, this way around, and our brake caliper. And this just fits over here, over these two holes like that. And we're going to attach that with some DS23 screws. Then that's just started. I'm going to put the second one in. Okay, and that is our first brake caliper assembly done. Next, we're going to grab our cross member here. Now we're going to want to have it this way where you've got two big holes here and only one over here. We're going to take our brake caliper, and this is going to go in here like this, and we're going to hold that in with a couple of DSO2 screws. Just like that. And that concludes step 29. Okay, for stage 30, we're going to be fitting the left brake caliper and then attaching the cross member to the frame. So the first thing we need to do is we need to assemble this other caliper the same way as the first one with some DS23 screws. Okay, just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring over our cross member that we did before. And this brake caliper is just going to go in on this side, just like we did the other one, with some DSO2 screws. Just like that. Okay, for this next part, we're going to bring our chassis back over, and we're going to take this cross member we just built, and it's going to fit right over here, and we've got 2 holes here and 1 here. So we got the one's going to fit over this one, and one's going to fit over that one, just like that. So actually, let's turn this around. And we'll take this cross member like this. Now, the brake calipers are going to go over the brake rotors here. Let's get that in there. Get that one. Okay, those are in. And we're going to attach that with some DSO2 screws. Get our first one right here. Then there'll be 2 on this side. Let's get the first one going. Then the second one. We'll get those nice and tight. And then lastly, we'll be putting a PS14 screw in here to kind of hold the gearbox up into that cross member. So we'll just get that one started right here. All right. And that cross member and everything is in there really good. All right, so next we're going to install this air induction hose. And this one's got a cutout on this side. It's going to fit right on this bracket, and we're going to install that with a DSO2 screw. So we'll set that on there. Just like that. And then the other end just goes into the air box like that. Okay, for this part, we're going to take this gear change linkage. We'll grab our chassis here. Now, this is going to go under here, and this end is going to go into this hole here on the transmission. And the other end is going to go on here and attach with a really small PS03 screw. So we'll slip this through here, and it just sits in that hole. And then it just sits on this tab here, and we'll put a 03 screw in there. And this is a really tiny screw, and it doesn't have to be super tight, just enough to hold that linkage in place, just like that. And with that, that's the end of stage 30. All right, for stage 31, we're going to be adding some carpet to the rear floor and building our ignition coil. Okay, so first we're going to take these 2 pieces here. We've got the body of our ignition coil and the top of the ignition coil with the lead that's going to go to the distributor. Now this has a D-shaped pattern, so this just goes in one way. And it's just press fit on, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take our floor panel here and our ignition coil. And there's 2 tabs right here. This is just going to fit right on those tabs and snaps in place just like that. Okay, now we've got our carpet, and this is just peel and stick carpet, and that's going to go on this piece here. I'll put up an image of the instructions that shows which pieces on the carpet go where. Okay, so this is piece R2 of the carpet, and it's going to go on this part right here. Start my backing off here. Get this started. Now there's a ridge right here, and you want to just get the carpet right up against that ridge. And then we're just going to follow it around. like so. Then we'll take the rest of the backing off here, and we'll finish that up. All right, and that's on there. Okay, next we're going to take R3, and that's just going to go on this side of the wheel well here. All right, so we'll just put this on here. All right, just like that. All right, here is R1, and it's going to go basically right over that empty section there. And you want this so that the wedges are back shaped this way. So we'll just get that started here. And again, there's a ridge there. You just want to go right up to the ridge. Just follow it around. There we go. Make sure it's all pressed down into place. And then we're basically going to take the rest of the carpet and do the same exact thing over here. Just like that. Okay, next we've got to bring our chassis over, and we're going to take this part that we just put the carpet on, and this is going to sit over these posts here. So just line that up, just like that. And these are going to be attached with 4 DSO2 screws. All right, and just like that. Now they haven't told us to do this in the instructions yet, but this line here, which is for our coil, I'm just going to go ahead and attach that to the coil now. Just like that. And with that, that's the end of stage 31. Okay, for stage 32, we're going to be adding some wires, and we're going to basically be running these through parts of the transmission tunnel. So first thing, we want to get all of our wires and just kind of get them straightened out a little bit. Just if you put your thumb here and just gently pass it back, they should straighten out pretty easily. I also like to make sure all of my ends look good, that they haven't come out of the socket at all. So I'm going to go ahead and check all these, and then we'll get started. Okay, for this first part, we're going to take cable 5, 7, and 12, and you want to make sure you have the socket ends, the female ends. So you can see these are the female side, and this is the male side. We're going to bring our chassis back over, and we're going to turn it upside down here. And these are just all going to pass through this hole right in here. Probably going to be easier to do this one at a time. All right, just like that. Okay, so we're turning our chassis over, and then we're going to take these ends and we're just going to lay them right here so they just protrude past the end a little bit. There's a trough here that we're going to be putting these wires into and securing them with these little wire holders. Okay, so make sure you've got your female ends sticking out. We're just going to lay them in that trough. We're going to take one of these and we're just going to put it over those posts there. Snap it in place, and that's going to hold those cables in that trough. We're just going to do that here and here. Okay, next we're going to take cable 6, 8, and 12, and we're going to do the same thing. Okay, so once you get your wires fished through, you want to leave a little bit hanging off the end, and we're going to add some more of these clips and put the wires in that trough. Okay, so on mine, the pins that hold that little clip on, this one here, the pin is broke, and on this one, both pins are missing. So I'm just going to use a little black electrical tape to hold those in place. Just like that. Okay, now you're going to take your wires, and probably a good idea to keep them separated, and we're going to run them through this trough and then out through this hole down here. Now inside here there are some more pins, and we have these brackets here. We're going to use those to hold those wires in place. Just press it down just like that and press it into place. Okay, and then the last wire bracket goes right in here. You can see there's kind of a half square and a post. That's where this piece is going to go on. Just like that. And that's the end of this stage. Okay, for stage 33, we're going to be fitting the right and left floor panels and adding some more carpet. Okay, so here's our carpet, and we have the L1 and R1. I'll put up an image on the screen here so you can see that a little better. And our floor panels are also marked left and right. So we're going to start off with L1. So we'll have our panel here. Okay, now again, there are ridges around the outside, so we're just going to line this up in the ridges. All right, just like that. Now we'll do the other one. And there we go. Okay, now we're going to bring our chassis back over, and we're going to start off with the right side panel, and this just fits down right in there like that, and we're going to flip it over and attach it with some PSO5 screws. Then we're going to take our other panel, set it on there, and attach that as well. Just like that. And now we've got our panels on. And that is the end of stage 33. Okay, for stage 34, we're going to be fitting the rear floor panel and also adding carpet to that as well. Okay, so one thing to watch on this, there's a large piece here, and then there's a small piece right along here. You don't want to lose. We're going to need that. But this middle piece in here, we're going to discard. I'll throw an image up on the screen so you can see it a little better. So this small piece, we're going to set aside, and we'll use that in a little bit. And then we're going to take our larger piece, and we're going to stick it to this panel right here. So I'm just going to get one end started here. Like that. I'll just feed that along. Just like that. Now you do have a couple spots here where you're going to take out a couple little tiny squares in the carpet that expose these two slots here. All right, moving on. Okay, next we're going to bring our chassis back. We're going to place this right on top of this deck, and we're going to attach this from the underside using 5 PSO5 screws. I'm going to start off over here. We'll just work our way around. Then we'll do this one. And we've got another right in here. And one on this side. And then we've got one right here, right above the transaxle there. Okay, now we're going to take this last strip of carpet, and it's going to go right along here, but you want to make sure that these cutouts here stay exposed. Just like that. Now, the last part of this stage tells us to actually connect the ignition coil wire to the ignition coil, but I already did that. So with that, that's the end of this stage. Okay, for stage 35, we're going to be fitting the engine cover, and this is actually the only piece that came in this stage, so it should be pretty quick. Okay, so we'll want to bring over our chassis from the last several stages, and we want to take our engine cover here, and this is just going to fit right into these two slots here and snap into these two spots up here. So we'll just fit this in like this and pop it down. And that is the end of that stage. Okay, for stage 36, we're going to be building the instrument panel. However, I am going to modify mine. This color, to me, is just, it's not right. So I'm going to paint mine. But before I get started on paint, the first part of this stage is we're going to take this clear piece here, and we're going to attach the instrument panel gauge cluster to it. Now, on this clear piece, there's a bit of a curve here, and that matches the top of the decal. So you want to make sure you have this orientated properly. We're just going to peel off our sticker. We're going to attach it here. So we'll just get that lined up. There we go, just like that. Okay, for our next step, we're going to be adding some reflective material to the underside of this unit. So we're going to need this sticker, and this is just going to go, these holes are going to go over these points right here. So let's just bend these up a little bit here. All right, let's get this lined up in here. Push that down. Make sure it's down there all the way. Just like that. Now, there's also a clear protective coating on this. You just want to peel that off so it's nice and shiny. Okay, now once that's done, we're going to take our instrument cluster that we did earlier, and this is just going to fit over these two lugs right here. Just like that. And we're going to attach that with a couple of PSO2 screws. Just like that. All right, next we're going to take this panel here and this part, and we're just going to put this on the back of here. Press it through, and that just press fits on there, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this piece and this part, and we're going to press that through the back, just like we did on the other one. This has got an alignment pin, and it's keyed on this side, so it only goes in one way. Just like that. Okay, now we're going to bring our dashboard and gauge assembly back over, and we're going to take this piece here, just like that. So you want to make sure you get it in this set of grooves on this side and right in here. Next, we're going to take this piece here and install it just the same way. So when you're done, it'll look just like that. Okay, now we're going to take this, and this part here is going to go on just like this. And then we're going to lock it in with a couple of PSO2 screws. One in here, and one in here. Just like that. And that's the end of stage 36. Okay, now we're moving on to stage 37, but before I continue, this part here from stage 36 is part 36H. We're not using it yet, but you don't want to lose it, so just set it aside in a safe place. Okay, for stage 37, we're going to be building the dashboard and radar assembly. And if you can see here, I've also painted this part a dark gray, and I masked off the vents. So I'm going to pull off those masking first and see how those look. All right, and those look okay. We're going to leave those like that. All right, just like that. All right, before we get too far along there, first, we need to add this sticker to our radar screen. Now, our radar screen has a little cutout right here, and the sticker also has a cutout. So you want to make sure we line those up properly, which is going to be just like that. Just like that. All right, next we're going to take this part here and the part we just created. And this is just going to press on right to this section right here. Get that started. All right, and that just presses on just like that. Then we're going to take this piece, and that's going to go on back here like this. So we're going to set this over these lugs, just like that, and we're going to attach it with 3 PSO2 screws. One here. Just like that. Then we're going to take this short LED cable, and this is part 37E. We're going to turn this over, and we're going to press this right into this hole here. Just like that. And that is going to illuminate our radar screen. And with that, that's the end of stage 37. Okay, moving right along with stage 38, we're going to be fitting the steering wheel. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is take our steering wheel and this piece here. On the back of the steering wheel, you've got a couple holes and a couple pins on the back of this. It only goes on one way. So we're just going to snap that on just like that. All right, next we're going to take our steering wheel again. And this piece, and specifically this smaller end, which is keyed, and this is going to go in the back of the steering wheel here. Now I'm just going to dip this end in a little bit of oil. Then I'm going to get it started in here. And then I'm going to take a small hammer, and we're just going to tap that in place. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take these two pieces here, which I have painted. This is the original color, kind of a light gray, and this is a much darker, more correct gray. We're going to take this piece here, the one without the controls on the steering column, and this is going to go in here like this, and this little ring here is going to go in this little notch here. Just like that. And then we're going to take this piece and it's going to fit over just like this. Kind of snap into place there. Then we're going to hold this whole assembly together with some PS32 screws. So we'll get one started in here. And the other one goes in here. Just like that. Okay, now we're going to take this and bring over our dashboard we were working on before. And the steering wheel is just going to go, make sure your holes are facing down, but it's just going to go through here and into those 2 holes right there. And then we're going to attach it on this side with a couple of PSO5 screws. So we'll get one started in here. And the other one right here. Tighten that down. Now, it may look a little odd. It looks like the steering wheel's kind of angled, but that's actually correct. That's how the real car is. Okay, now we're going to bring over our gauge cluster from the previous stages, and these two pins are going to go in these two holes, just like that. And then we're going to attach this from the bottom side with two PSO5 screws. One there, and one here. Just like that. Wow, that looks really nice. I love how those corrected colors make that look. Okay, next we're going to take the steering shaft, and this is going to connect to the end of our shaft on our steering wheel. Now, this is keyed, so you want to make sure you get it on just like that. And then we're going to place one screw, a DSO3, just in that hole to hold it all in place. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this LED cable number 10 from the previous pack, and we're going to put these in these two holes right here. Now, you'll see how it's shaped like this. You want this one to go in this side and this single one to go over here. Like that. And then we'll take this one, go over here. Just like that. And with that, that completes that stage. And again, I have to say, I'm really happy with the how it looks with painting these parts, that light gray to this really dark gray. It just looks so much more realistic, and I really like it. All right, let's move on. Okay, for stage 39, we're going to start assembling the center console. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take this piece, and this piece has your little edge on it. We're going to connect these two posts here into these two holes, just like that. And then we're going to hold this together with a PSO5 screw. And this screw goes in the middle one here. Just like that. Okay, next we have these trim pieces, and they are marked left and right. So we're going to start off with the left one here, and I'm going to cut this off this little tree. And this only goes on one way, and it's going to go in these three upper holes. Just press that in just like that. And then we'll do the same on the other side. Just like that. Okay, then we're going to take these two parts, and they are marked left and right. So we'll take the left one first. And this is just going to go in here along this edge, just like that. And then we'll do the same with the other side. All right, just like that. Okay, now we're going to take the seatbelt clips, and these are going to go in here. They're also marked left and right. This is the left one, so we're going to go on the left side. There are two holes here, a larger one and a smaller one. So they only go in one way. And they just press in just like that. And now we'll do the same on the other side. All right, just like that. And with that, that's the end of stage 39. Okay, with stage 40, we're going to continue the center console, and we're going to start with this piece here. I did paint. It was this kind of a light gray color. And the switches, I was having a hard time masking around the switches, so I just painted the whole thing, and then I went back and I hand painted the switches for this, and it came out really good. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is take this part here, and this part here, which is the shift boot, and this is keyed, and it's just going to go in here just like that. And then we're going to hold it in with a PSO2 screw from the back. It's going to go right in here, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this shift lever, and it's just going to go in that hole right down there in the center of the boot. Just like that. And then next, we're going to take this little white button. Whoops, very little. We're going to take this little white button, if I can get a grip on it, and that's just going to go right in the center of the gear shift. Just like that. I'm going to set that aside, and we're going to bring back over our other center console part that we worked on before, and we're going to turn this upside down. Then we're going to take this piece here, and it's going to go this way around and just go on just like that, so those holes are clear. And then we're going to attach this with a PSO2 screw. Just like that. Then we're going to bring this piece back over. We're going to turn everything upside down. And this is just going to go in here this way. This little part here is going to go over that post. And this fits in like that, so it's flush against this. And we're going to hold that in with a PSO2 screw. Just like that. And that really looks nice. And that's the end of stage 40. Okay, for stage 41, we're going to continue working on that center console and the dashboard trim. Okay, we're going to take these two pieces of dashboard trim, and these are marked. This one has an R and this one has an L. We're going to start with the L for the left one, and we're going to bring back our dashboard assembly from before. We're going to turn this upside down, and this piece of trim is going to go in here just like that. So let's get that started. Okay, see here where the cutouts are there? You want to make sure you get this all the way down so you can't see those cutouts. It's a little tricky because there's not a lot of room to work in here. Okay, just like that. Then we're going to take the other one and do the same thing on the other side. And those are kind of hard to get in there, but just be patient and be careful you don't break it. But it will go in and they'll snap into place, just like that. Okay, next we're going to want to lay this just like this and bring over our center console we were working on before. We want to turn it over this way, and this is going to go right over these posts, like that. And then we're going to take this piece, and that's going to go just like this, over those, and over where we put in that trim. And then we're going to secure this with 6 PSO5 screws. Now I'm just going to get all of these started, and then we'll tighten them all up. But I want to start from the middle and work my way out. All right, now that I've got them all started, I'm going to go back and start from the center and just tighten all these up. And with all those tightened up, this is how it's going to look. Looks really nice. And that is the end of stage 41. Okay, friends, for stage 42, we're actually going to be adding some carpet to the interior, installing the handbrake and these pedals, and also the power switch for the car. Before I get to the carpeting, though, I want to take care of a few things. I am going to paint the pedals on this pedal assembly here, and I'm going to use this rubber from the Cobra motor paints from Ammo. I really like how this color looks. It resembles rubber once it's dried, so these pedals would have been rubber on the real car, so I'm going to paint those. Also, the handbrake, it's very shiny. That's not what it would look like. So I'm going to put some matte clear over this so it's just not shiny, and I think it'll blend it a little better. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of those two things, and then we'll get to the carpet. Okay, so I'm just taking a little flat clear. I'm just going to apply it to the orange part of this break. Just like that, and then we'll let that dry, and in a few minutes that'll be nice and flat. Okay, now we're going to just take this rubber color and just really quickly add it to the petals there. All right, now once that dries, it'll look like rubber. Okay, for the carpets, this side over here is B1 and this is B2. And these are going to go here and here on the cockpit floor. So we're going to start off with B1. Okay, so B1 is going to fit right in here. And there are some cutouts here that we need to pop out. So let's go ahead and pop those free here. There's a square one there and a few circles here. And these are going to go over where the power switch is going to be, and then these holes here where the seat sits. Okay, so I'm just going to start peeling this back like so, and just get enough off so we can get this started. Oops. All right, just like that. And I found it was easier to start from this end and work my way that way. All right, now we'll do the other side. So I'll just get this started on this side here. All right, just like that. Okay, next we have this sheet of carpet here, and I'll put up an image on the screen so you have a better idea of what the cutouts look like. We're going to start off with A1 over here, so I'm going to get that ready and we'll get it stuck into the interior. Okay, this part A1 is going to go right here along the side of this part right here. So let's get that stuck on. I'm going to start off this way. There we go. All right, there we go, just like that. Now I'm going to do the rest of it. Okay, just like that. All right, next we're going to take this piece, which is A7, and it's going to go right in here around where the steering shaft and the pedals go. Just like that. Now we're going to take this part, which is AB, and this is just going to go right in here like that. Just like that. All right, next we're going to take A3, and there's a cutout here for this right here. So this is just going to go right along there. Then we're going to roll this over. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take A4, and this one is going to go on this side, just like that. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take piece A6, and this one's going to go right here and wrap around like that. So let's get that one going. All right, just like that. All right, and then we're going to take this last one, A5, and that's going to go right around here. All right, just like that. Okay, now while we were doing the carpet, you can see the petals have dried and they have a nice rubber look to them. And this piece is going to get mounted right here, and we're going to hold that in with a PSO5 screw. All right, just like that. Now let's move on to the next step. Okay, for the next step, we're going to be adding the handbrake. And as you can see now, it's not as glossy and shiny. The bottom is the original and the top makes it look flat and looks more like orange leather. So this is just going to go down in here like this. Push it in. And that's going to be held in underneath with a PS14 screw right here. Just like that. Now, I have to be honest, I really am not a fan of the orange carpet, and initially I thought that the carpet in the actual movie car must have been gray or black, but after watching several still frames of the movie, I did see some of the orange carpet down here next to James Bond's leg, so I decided not to make this all black and leave it the orange. Okay, next we're going to take this switch retainer, and you want to make sure that the lugs are facing upwards like so. And then we're going to take this cable here, and this is cable 13, and we're going to feed this male end through that so it looks, it's kind of hard to hold it so the camera picks up. It's going to look like that. And the switch is just going to kind of rest right there. Then we're going to bring over the floor, and the switch goes in here with this. All right, so just like that. And then we're going to hold this in with a couple of the same PS14 screws. All right, just like that. And then we've got our switch on the floor there. Next, we're going to be taking this wire and we're going to lay it in this little trough here, like so. And then we're going to take these retaining clips here. We're just going to place those over the pins here and here to hold it in place. Just like that. Now that we've got our carpeting in, our pedals, and our switch, and our handbrake, that's the last step in stage 42. Okay, with that last stage completed, that completes pack 5, and I have to say this was a fun pack, and we really got a lot done in this pack. I'm really liking how the dashboard and the interior is looking. Looks very nice. It's going to be so cool once it's in and lit up. My added details of the different colors there really make this pop and make it look a little more realistic to me. The interior, even though I'm not a fan of the carpet, it is the color of the carpet, but a couple little details that I did, and I'm just happy with it. It looks really cool. All right, for stage 43, we're going to be attaching the circuit board holder and dealing with some electronics. So let's get right into this one. All right, so we are going to need this part right here, and we're going to bring over our interior from before. And this piece is basically going to fit just right in here like this. And then we're going to attach it with 3 PSO5 screws. Start with this one here. Okay, that's in there nice and secure. Okay, next we're going to take our circuit board and our connectors, and these are all numbered. So we're going to start with connector 1, and we're going to plug this one into spot 1 on the board, like that. And then we're going to attach wire number 2 to spot 2 on the board. Okay, then we're going to take number 3 Number 3 on the board is right here. Okay. Then number 4, which is right next to number 3. Okay. Then we're going to take wire number 13, and this one is right here. And then wire number 14, which is right below 13 here. Okay, now take note, there are 2 plugs marked 12. That's okay because we're going to have 2 cables that are also marked 12. Okay, so with attaching this circuit board holder and plugging these wires in, that is the end of stage 43. Okay, for stage 44, we're going to be installing the battery compartment and installing the circuit board into the chassis. Okay, for this, we're going to need to bring back our chassis over. We're going to set it just like this. Then we're going to bring our battery compartment, and we're going to take this lead here, and we're going to feed it down and bring it out the same hole as the rest of these wires. Okay, like so. All right, then we're just going to take this and place it in here like this. So we've got a screw's going to go here and a screw's going to go here to hold that in. We just want to make sure none of our wires are captured underneath anything. All right, let's put this down in here like so. All right, and we're going to hold that in with a couple of DSO2 screws. And then this one right here. Okay, and that's what that looks like. Okay, now we're bringing back over our circuit board we worked on before, and we're going to be adding some more cables to it. So we're going to start off with, whoops, get those untangled there. We're going to start off with number 5, which is right here. And number 5 is going to go right here. That in there. Okay, next we're going to do wire number 6. Number 6 is right here close to 5. Oops, wrong end. Then we're going to take wire number 7. Wire number 7 goes right here like that. All right, next we're going to take wire number 8, and number 8 is right here. Okay, then we're going to take wire 12, and one of the 12s are right there, so we'll put that one in that first one. And then the second number 12 goes right next to that one. Okay, now we've got all those wires connected to that board. Okay, then we're going to bring this back over, and we're going to take our circuit board, and we're just going to have it, let's see, how's this go? This way. So you've got your plugs across the top here. You've got this little IC sitting this way and the little square one down here. And we're just going to get all these wires and kind of get them all up here this way. And then we're going to feed all these wires down inside this hole here. And then we're going to take this, and this is just going to go in here. Okay, so then we're going to take our circuit board and we're kind of fit it over into there and get it down in that holder. And then we're going to attach this with 4 PSO2 screws. So I'm just going to get one started. Right in there. We'll get a second one started. Right in there. Then we're going to want to kind of pull these wires through. We don't want to pinch them or crimp them, but just enough so that we can get that circuit board to lay flat. And then we'll add our next 2 screws. There's that one. And then this one here on this back corner. All right, and we'll tighten those down. Make sure you got your wires pulled through. Okay. And that's what that's going to look like. Okay, next, we're going to bring back over our console and dashboard assembly. Now we've got 2 wires coming off this. We've got wire 11 and wire 10. And these are located right here. Here's 11 and here is 10. So we're just going to bring this over and plug those into those sockets. Okay, that's 11. And then we'll take 10, which goes right next to that one. Okay, let's make sure that's in there all the way. Both of them. All right, those were a little tricky for me to get into, but I've got giant sausage fingers, so it may be easier for you. Okay, so now next we're gonna just take this and we're gonna set it on here. You want to make sure your steering wheel column goes through this cutout here. Then we're just gonna squish these wires down a little bit. Okay, just like that. And then we're going to turn this over and we're going to hold this all together with 2 DSO2 screws. Get one started, then this one. Okay, like that. Now, you're going to have to really make sure you've got all your wires pulled so they're kind of as flat as possible. There is not a lot of room underneath the dashboard and underneath in here to get that in, but just make sure you've got all these pulled through and you should be fine. Okay, next we're going to take this part here and it's going to go right here and it's going to hold in our steering shaft in place. So let's take this and we'll set it down in here. Goes in there like that. And we're going to hold that in place with a PS14 screw. Put the screw right here. All right, and that's going to keep our steering shaft in place down here. All right, and with that installed and this installed and our wires all plugged in, that is the end of stage 44. Okay, for stage 45, we're going to start on the next seat. And we already covered this in an earlier one, so I'm just going to kind of go through this here pretty quick. We're going to start with our seat part down there like that, and we're going to take our double-sided tape. And this is just going to go in here like this. Then we're going to take our backing off the tape like that. And then we're going to take our seat cushion here. And if you look at the way this goes and the way this goes, you're just going to push it in just like that. Just make sure it catches on that tape. And that's the end of stage 45. Okay, for stage 46, we're going to do the back of the seat. So we're going to, again, take our double-sided tape. This one's going to go down in here like that. And we'll peel off our backing. And we're going to take our seat cushion, and it's narrower, but it's kind of got a shape to it too. We're going to take our seat this way, and this is just going to fit in here like that. Just make sure we get it pressed in there, just like that. Okay, now we're going to bring over the other part of the seat. This is the bottom, this is the back, and we're just going to fit it through these slots right here. All right, just like that. And then we're going to hold this together with 2 PSO5 screws. And that is the end of stage 46. All right, for stage 47, we're going to finish building this second seat, and then we're going to actually install them in the chassis of the car. So once again, if you remember from the previous stage where I built the first seat, I did paint this headrest the dark gray color, so it kind of matches better the film version. Now we're just going to take this piece, and it's just going to fit right over here like this. Make sure it gets in there, up underneath that. Just kind of fit it around till it's all the way there. And that's what that second seat's going to look like. All right, next we're going to bring over our interior again. And we're going to take the seat we just finished, and it's going to go right in here. So we'll get this fitted into those holes there. And then we're going to attach it from the underside with some PSO5 screws. Okay, and that seat is installed. Okay, next we're going to take the seat from the previous stage that we did, and we're going to install it on this side just like we did the last one with a couple of PSO2 screws. Okay, and now we have both seats installed, and man, that looks so cool. And with that, that is the end of stage 47. Alrighty, moving along for stage 48, we're going to be attaching the bulkhead to the back of the interior here. We'll just set these parts aside. We're going to need this. Bring over our interior. Right now, the first thing we're going to be doing is installing this interior dome light, which goes right here. And this only goes one way, so it's going to be kind of hard to show you, but you want to make sure it's flush up against that part there. So we'll get this started here. And that just presses in just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this little rear pocket piece, and this is going to fit on these two lugs right here. So we'll just fit it over like that. So it's going to look like that. And then we're going to attach it on the back with a couple of PSO5 screws. One here and one over here. And that's what that looks like. Okay, now we're going to attach this to the back of the cockpit. So your screw holes are going to be here, 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 and here, but also in this middle one. So you want to take this and kind of, whoops, that's upside down. You want to take it so your dome light is up towards your seats. And we're just going to fit this in here, kind of, let me zoom out a little bit. This is going to go in kind of at an angle. You want to make sure that these are all flush, like that. And then we're going to attach this with some PSO5 screws. So we'll start off with the center one. Okay, now we'll tighten all of these up. Okay, and then we have our rear bulkhead on. And with that, that's the end of stage 48. Now, this one was kind of tricky to get in there. You're just going to have to be patient and make sure you line these up. But it does go in. It just takes, like I said, a little patience. Okay, moving on. Okay, for stage 49, we're going to actually be adding the seat belts. Okay, so we're going to start off by taking our first seat belt, and you want to have the shorter end at the bottom. And this is going to go right through this slot, and then we're going to attach it on the other side. So we'll take our tweezers, push this through here. Okay, we'll bring that through like that. Then we're going to flip this up, and we're going to attach it right here. Get it lined up in there. We're going to attach that with a PSO1 screw. Just like that. Okay, now we're going to place this end of the seatbelt through this slot right here. Maybe it'd be easier this way. And we're going to attach this one right here with the same PSO1 screw. All right, and there's our first seatbelt installed. Now we're going to do the same thing on the other side. Okay, there's that one. Okay, so here's a little tip I figured out. So the screw hole right here is very small, and it's hard to get the screw started. So if you take your screw before you put that seatbelt bracket in, and you just get your screw started a little bit, and then back it out, that screw will get started in there a lot easier. So then we can take our bracket and turn it around here. All right. All right, just like that. Okay, and with the addition of our seatbelts, that is the end of stage 49. I will say that it came with the glass for the rear, but we're not using it yet, so just set it aside and hold on to it and keep it in a safe place. Okay, for stage 50, we've got this part here, and we're going to be fitting the back bulkhead glass and frame in here. So we're going to have this part from pack 50 and this part from pack 49. And we're going to set this way. Then we're going to grab our glass, and there are some little holes here, and there are some pins on the glass. So we're just going to fit those in those holes. Just like that. Okay, then we're going to bring over the back of our cockpit here, and we're going to take this piece, and you want to make sure this is pressed in those all the way so it doesn't fall out. And we're going to just set this up here, and we're going to mount it with these two, go on these two posts here. Like that. And we're going to attach this with 4 PSO5 screws. One there. One over here. The other one is down here. And the last one goes right here. Okay, and that basically sandwiches that rear glass between the interior and exterior bulkhead. All right, and with that, we are done with that stage, and we're done with this pack. Really fun build today, and got a lot done. Our interior, I believe, is basically done. The only real tricky part were those seat belts, and again, if you just start that screw hole with the screw before you try to mount the bracket, and it just opens up the hole a little bit, and it makes it easier to get the screw in there with the bracket and tighten them down. But other than that, everything else went together really well. Really enjoying building this kit. And I must say, I'm really happy with how it's looking. This just looks really, really cool. Really happy with it. All right, for stage 51, we're going to be fitting the left door handle and the locking mechanism. So let's get this open and see what we've got in here. All right, here is our door, our screws, our door handles, and more screws. All right, so another door, and it looks really nice. Love the finish on these parts. These are really great. All right, so technically we've already done this before, so I'm going to go through this pretty quick here. First thing we're going to do is turn our door over this way, and we're going to get our outer door handle here. And again, this only goes in one way. So we're going to press that in like that. And then we're going to hold this in on the other side with a PSO2 screw. Yeah, looking good. Okay, next we're going to take this narrow bracket here, and this one's going to go right on here, like that. And we're going to hold that on with a couple of DSO6 screws. Just like that. One thing I want to mention before we continue on, this second bracket here, it's got a bit of an edge underneath. I don't know if you can see that, but that edge needs to go on this side. So when it sits in there, it should sit nice and flat. If you're trying to put it in the other way, it's not going to sit flat. It's going to be a little cockeyed, and that's just not going to work. All right, so next we're going to take this piece here, and we're going to push this through here like that. Then we're going to take our spring. Spring goes on the end like that. Then we'll take this bracket again, making sure we've got it the right way around. And that's going to fit on here, but you want to pull your spring back so that the spring does not get underneath that bracket. So it'll look just like that. And then we're going to put a couple of DSO6 screws in here to hold it in place. Then we'll get those tightened up. All right. And with that, that is the end of stage 51. Okay, for stage 52, we're going to be fitting the left door window and the hinge. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is set our door this way, and we're going to take our hinge, and on this one, the hinge is going to go, do it over here, this way around. So that means we want our hinge to sit in just like that. And then we're going to take this spring metal. We're going to fit this right over that hinge. And we're going to attach this with a DSO5 screw. Now that's our door hinge, so we want to make sure it's in there pretty tight. All right, and then it just springs open and closed, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take our side windshield here, or side window, and we're going to put this just over these posts right there. And we're going to hold those in with a couple of DSO5 screws. Just get that one started. Now you want to be careful. You do not want to over tighten these screws because you will crack that clear plastic there if you do. And with that, that is the end of stage 52. Okay, for stage 53, we're going to be building the left door interior panel. So we're going to start off by taking our inner door panel and this part here. And that's just going to sit in there like so. And we're going to attach this with a couple of PSO5 screws. One there and one there. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to be adding the detail to the interior door latch. So we're going to take this piece here, and it only goes on one way. So we're just going to fit this over this. Snap that in place. Then we're going to take this over here, and we're going to install this right here. Then we're going to attach it on the back with a PSO5 screw. All right, looking good. Okay, next we're going to take our interior door handle, and it's going to go in here, just like that. And then we're going to hold that in on this side with a PSO9 screw. Just like that. And that's the end of stage 53. Okay, for stage 54, we're going to continue assembling the left door. For this, we're going to bring our door back over, and we're going to take this panel here, and this little slot there has to fit over that, just like that. And we're going to attach this with a couple of DSO2 screws. One there, one here, and the third one here. And I almost forgot this fourth one. Looking good. Okay, next we're going to take this door lock piece, and this is going to go on this side, just like that. We're going to hold that in with a PSO1 screw. This one goes right in here. Just like that. Now we're going to take our internal part, and this is going to go in the back, and then pull it up front. Snap it in, and just like that. And that is the end of stage 54. Okay, stage 55 looks pretty exciting. We're going to be preparing the front of the body. And as you can see, this is a nice, huge chunk of metal. All right, but let's set that aside for now. We want these parts here. And these are the inner and outer hood supports. And looks like we've also got a very tiny little decal there. But we want to take this part first, and we're going to take this this way. Then we're going to take this piece here, and it's just going to go in here like that. Whoops. It's going to go in here like that. Then on the other side right here, we're going to put in a DS38 screw. A little bit tricky on here. There we go. And that's going to move inside there. Not sure how tight we should get that, but definitely want it snug. There we go. That looks good. Then we're going to bring the body back over this way. Let's go this way around. We're going to take it so that it's this way. So it's going to go behind this bracket here. And we're going to hold that in with another DS38 screw. It's kind of a weird angle to get started there. All right, and that's how that hood support strut goes, or bonnet for my friends in the UK. All right, so we're just going to leave that like that. Next, we're going to take this little tiny sticker, and I'm going to have to switch up to my other glasses here. And there's actually two of these here. And these are going to go on each side, and they're going to go, focus, they're going to go right here. Steady hands. No, stop shaking. All right, just like that, and we'll do the same on the other side. All right, just like that. Okay, for pack 56, we're going to be building the brake servo unit. So we're going to start off with this piece here, and this kind of almost translucent piece. We're going to take our master cylinder this way around. And this is going to go on like that. And then we're going to hold this in on the back with a PS16 screw. So it just goes in here like this. Okay, move it on. All right, next we're going to take this piece here and the piece we just put together. And this is going to go on right like this, and it's keyed. Goes on pressed in like that. Then we're going to use a PS14 screw on the back to hold it in. So this goes in back here just like so. All right, like that. Next we're going to take this piece here, and this is also keyed. And this goes in just like that. And then a PS14 screw right through here to hold it in place. All right, and that's that. Then we're going to take our clutch slave cylinder, or clutch master cylinder, and this is going to sit on here just like this, and then we'll hold that in from the bottom with a PS14 screw. And that's what that unit looks like. Then we're going to bring our body back over, turn it around this way, and this is going to go right down here on this part, and we'll hold that in from the bottom with a PS14 screw. Okay, and that's our brake unit, our hood support, all in there. And with that, that's the end of stage 56. Okay, for stage 57, we're going to be putting together the dual air intake and the washer fluid reserve unit. So we're going to start off by taking these two pieces here, and this is just going to fit in like this, and it's keyed. It only goes in one way, just like that. And then we're going to fit that with a PSO2 screw, just like that. Then we're going to bring our body back over, and this part is going to fit. Here's your screw hole, and that's where it's going to go. That's just going to fit just in there like that. And then we're going to hold that in from the back with a PSO2 screw. And that looks just like that. Okay, and next we're going to be taking this part here, and with our front turned upside down like this, this just fits in right there, and we're going to hold that in with a couple of DSO2 screws. Just like that. Then we're going to take this piece here, and it is keyed. It only goes in one way. So the larger hole is on this side. Just like that. And with that, that is the end of stage 57. All right, and that is the end of pack 007 for the Lotus Esprit build. All right, now before we get into that next stage, I just wanted to go over something real quick I did kind of off camera. So I was looking at this and thinking, wow, this really looks cool, except it's missing a little something, and I don't know if you can spot it just yet, but I went ahead and did a little extra detailing on this. The first thing I did was I removed the reservoir for the braking system, And I used some clear orange Tamiya paint on the inside, just around the edges, to give it that look like it's got brake fluid in it. It's not just a clear reservoir. Also, I painted the cap on top a semi-gloss black. I think that adds kind of a lot of realism to it. Then on the other side, for the wiper fluid reservoir, I took some clear Tamiya blue, and I did that on the inside just to give it that look of it's actually got, washer fluid in there. And then I put it back on, and I just think that just adds a whole nother level of authenticity to the kit, and it really looks nice. Yes, I know most of the time it's not going to be seen, but I just really like adding details to kits and just giving them that little bit of realistic look to them, and I like how this turned out. All right, so back to the next stage. Okay, for stage 58, we're going to start assembling the front panel. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab this part here and these parts here. We're going to start off with this one, and you want to make sure that you can see the spring in there. We're going to take this over here, and we're just going to push these in. Push these in here, just like that. Now we'll do the other side. Okay, just like that. Next, we're going to take this piece here and this piece we were just working on, and this is just going to go right there like that. And we're going to lock that in place on the other side with a couple of PSO5 screws. And with that, that is the end of stage 58. Okay, for stage 59, we're going to start assembling the torpedo tubes. Okay, so we're going to start off with these two parts, and again, same kind of spring activated clip here and this part. And we're going to install this the same way as we did in the other one. Okay, just like that. All right, then we're going to bring this piece back over, and we're going to have it this way. And we're going to take this piece we just created, and this is going to fit right over that. And we'll attach it on the back side with a PSO5 screw. All right, looking good. Okay, next we're going to take this piece and these torpedo compressors, and these are going to fit right in here. There's a couple of pins, and we're going to hold those on in the back with a couple of PS14 screws. Just like that. And then we're going to take the torpedo tubes, and they're just going to go right in front of those. And we're going to attach those on the back with the same PS14 screws. Just like that. Okay, now we're going to bring this part back over and situate it this way. Then we're going to take these. They're going to go right over these two posts there. And we're going to screw those in with a couple of PSO5 screws. Get those nice and secure. And with that, that is the end of stage 59. Alrighty, for stage 60, we're going to be attaching the hood and assembling the right headlight. Well, the hood, the bonnet. So we're going to get started on that now. So the first thing we're going to need is to bring over our hood. We're going to situate it just like that. Then we're going to use these two hinges, and these are going to be situated right here. And those will be held in with a couple of DS23 screws. All right, just like that. And then we're going to do the same thing on this side. All right. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring this back over, and we're going to be attaching the hood to the front of the car. So basically, this is going to go just like that. Then we're going to turn it over. And then these hinges are going to go up on this. Actually, see if I can do it better this way. So there's a pin here. We want that hinge to go on. And then we're going to hold those on with some DS23 screws. Just going to get these started. Okay, now since this hood has to align properly, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it aligned. Then I'm going to take some tape. I'm just going to tape it in place so that when I tighten up those screws, everything should stay pretty much lined up. There we go. Now let's tighten these screws up. Okay, now we can take our tape off. And if we did everything right, all right, the hood opens and closes. Great. Okay, for the next part of this, we're going to open our hood and we're going to get our little hood support here. We're going to be using a DS29 screw. So let's get that started in here. And then we'll bring our support up. It's going to be hard to show on camera. All right, I got it started. All right. Well, and that works. Look at that. Pretty cool. Okay, so I found out something. So after I attached this and closed the hood, my panel alignments were way off. It was skewed one way. So what I did was I loosened these up just a little bit, got the hood relined up, taped it, and then retightened these hinge screws, and now the panel lines are much better. So just a little tip there. If yours are a little out of whack, just make some adjustments. Okay, so we'll set that part aside, and we're going to put these LEDs, which are the headlights, through this right side headlight housing. Now, one thing I noticed that these are cool white bulbs, so they burn very white, almost blue, and it's not really error correct. So I'm going to do a little something to these to make them appear more of a warm light, which will look more realistic on the car. So one way you could achieve this would be to remove these LEDs and just put in warm LEDs. However, I don't really want to do that, but another way to get around that is I'm just going to take a little tiny bit of yellow transparent paint, and I'm just going to paint the tops of the bulbs with a little bit of that transparent yellow. You could use orange, but I think the yellow actually looks better. And you don't want to get too much on there because these are going to have to press into this part. You don't want to obstruct that. So just put a little bit of the yellow on the tips, and that should give us a nice warm glow. Okay, so for this step, we want to take the headlight bucket and we want it situated just like this. And we're just going to put these LEDs through here like that. And you want to make sure the one with 2 wires on it that tees off to the second one is on that left-hand side. Then we're going to take this part and we're going to put the LEDs through this. All right. And that's actually all we do here. We don't do anything else. And that is actually the end of stage 60. Okay, now we're going to move on to stage 61, where we're going to attach the right headlight. Okay, we're going to start off by taking this part and this part, and this is just going to go on the back here. Make sure you get this in properly. It only goes in one way, and it just sits in there, just like that. Okay, now we're going to bring over the headlight assembly we worked on before, and we're just going to hold these in place, and we're going to take this, and this is just going to go this way over the lens, over the unit here. Press in like so. And then we'll hold that together with 4 PS12 screws. Now these are some really tiny screws. It's not quite in there all the way. There we go. All right, that's looking pretty good. Okay, next we're going to take this spring-loaded hinge and turning our headlight over this way. This hinge is going to sit on these posts, and we're going to attach that with some PSO1 screws. Hold that in there like that. Okay, cool. Okay, next we're going to take this part here and our headlight again. And this is going to go on just like this. And we're going to hold that in with a couple of PSO5 screws. All right, looking good. Okay, next we're going to bring over the front here. We're going to flip it over. Then we're going to take our headlight, and this hinge bracket right here is going to connect right on this point, and we're going to attach that with some DS23 screws. Okay, just like that. And now our headlight is spring-loaded. Awesome. Okay, and with that, stage 61 is complete. Okay, for stage 62, we're going to assemble the left headlight, which is just a repeat of what we did previously. So I'm going to go ahead and get that put together. Once again, make sure you get this going in the right way. All right, like that. And then I am going to put a little transparent yellow paint on top of those LEDs to give it that warm glow instead of the stark white look of the LEDs. So now I'm just going to let that paint dry, but that is the end of stage 62. Okay, for stage 63, we're going to be doing the same exact thing we did previously. We're going to be attaching the left headlight this time. Okay, so once again, we're taking these two parts. We're going to make sure we get this right side around. Put that in there just like that. Then we're going to bring our headlights over. We're going to get these situated in here. Just want to make sure you have to bend your wires around in here to make sure that they kind of fit. Then we're going to take the lenses that we just put together. They're just going to go over this. And they'll snap in place there. Then we're going to hold that together with some PS12 screws. Okay, just like that. Okay, now we're going to take our spring-loaded hinge. We're going to load it up on those same two posts there, like that. And we're going to hold it in with some PSO1 screws. Okay, like that. Then we're going to take this piece, and just like we did before, we're going to attach it to the bottom here, just like that. And we're going to use some PSO5 screws to hold this in. Just like that. Okay, and then we're going to bring over this piece again, turn it back over. And we're going to install this headlight right here with a couple of DS23 screws. Okay, just like that. And now we've got a set of pop-up headlights. That was really cool looking. And with that, that concludes stage 63. Okay, for stage 64, we're going to be assembling the torpedo launcher, and this looks like it'll be a pretty easy short stage. Okay, first we're going to take this piece right here, and we're going to have it this way around. And we're going to start off with our blue torpedo. Just going to snap it on there, and then our other blue torpedo. Then our green torpedo, and our last green torpedo. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring this piece over and we're going to situate it just like this. We're going to take our torpedoes and our harpoons just like this, and we're going to set it in here. Goes into a couple holes, and we're going to hold this in with a couple of PS09 screws. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, so now we're going to take our torpedo part we just created and this part here. We're going to situate it this way, and this is going to go on these 3 lugs right there. It's going to sit just like that, and then we're going to hold that in with some PS09 screws. Okay, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take another spring-loaded hinge, and you want to make sure you've got this part facing this way, and then this part of the hinge is going to go over these 2 tabs here, like that. We're going to hold that in with some PS01 screws. All right, and with that, that's the end of stage 64. Okay, for stage 65, there's not a lot of parts, but we're going to get a lot done in this one because we're actually going to be attaching the torpedo launcher and then the front bumper. Okay, for this step, we're going to take this part and this part, and we're going to have to kind of hold this spring back a little bit, and this is going to go on just like this over these 2 lugs, and we're going to hold that in with some DS23 screws. Okay, just like that. And actually, I was wrong. These are PS01 screws, not DS23 screws. Okay, now we're going to take this part in our main body, and we want to put this in here, but we want this spring-loaded hinge to mount right here. So we'll need to press that on there like that. And then we'll attach this with 2 DS23 screws. Just like that. And now we have our torpedo launcher door. Awesome. Okay, next we're going to bring over our front bumper, which we worked on a long time ago, it seems like. And we're going to take these 2 LED lights, number 03 and 04. We're going to turn this around this way, and we're going to take LED labeled 03, and this is going to go into this slot right here for the front light. So we'll just put that in there, just like that. And then we're going to take the one labeled 04 and do the same on the other side. Okay, next we want to take our LEDs, and we want to make sure that the LEDs are in up and down because we want to just bend this so that these wires can kind of go along this edge here. And we're going to want to do that on both sides, just like that. Okay, next they've supplied us with some like little pieces of tape. So we're just going to peel off one of these. Then we're going to press these tight against this part here, and we're just going to take the tape, just like that. We'll do the same on the other side. Okay, just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring this back over, and we're going to turn this upside down here. We're going to take our bumper assembly. Let's make sure we get these tucked in here. All right, and this is just going to go on here like so. We're going to hold this in place with 3 DS01 screws. Now we're going to start off by putting the first one right through the middle of the bumper here. We're just going to get that one started. And the other 2 screws are going to go here and here. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take these retaining clips, and we're going to take those off the sprue. Now, we want to take our wires, and they're going to go right between these 2 little posts here. And then we'll use this retaining clip to hold them in place. Like that. Now we'll do the same on the other side. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring over this part that we worked on in a previous stage. And this is just going to go right here, and it's going to fit over these 3 lugs. just like that. And then that's going to get held in with 3 DSO2 screws. Do this middle one first. Then we'll tighten those up. All right, just like that. All right, so they hold down like that. And then to open them, you just push down and it spring releases them. Just like that. Now, they do want you to make sure that these wires under here are bent in so they don't come in contact, come in contact with the headlight when it moves up and down. And ours are both nice and clear. All right, next we're going to take our license plate or number plate, whatever they call it, and we are just going to attach this right here. So we'll just put one on that side. Just like that. And with that, that is the end of stage 65, and this is just really cool. So I'm geeking out a little bit on this, but this is a really fun stage, so let's move on. Okay, friends, for stage 66, this is the big part. Look at the size of this body. So I've got my camera zoomed out here. We've got some small parts, so let's get right into this. Okay, so we're starting off with this very small part. I believe this is the window squirter for the window washing fluid, and it's just going to get press fit into this hole here. Okay, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take these two pieces, and they are marked right and left. They've got an L on one and an R on the other. We're going to start off with the right one. And for this one, it's going to go right in here. So it just sits in just like that, and we're going to hold that in on the other side with a PS17 screw. All right, and then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. All right, and that's in there. All right, this is the part I've been waiting for. We're going to actually attach this and the front end to the body. So we'll get our hood open, and we'll place this underneath like this, and then tilt it up. And we're going to attach this with some DSO1 screws here, here, and here and here. So let's get going with that. Just going to get this one started first, kind of hold everything together. The other ones are going in these holes here. Make sure to put a little oil on that. All right, now, before I do anything else, I'm going to tape my hood back closed so I don't damage it. There we go. Now we'll flip this over and we'll tighten those up. All right. And that is the entire body. Look how big that is. Is that just so cool or what? Yeah, so don't mind me. I'm geeking out just a little bit. I mean, I've been a fan of this car my whole life, and to see it actually coming together on the workbench, it's really something. So yeah, so that's the end of that's the end of that stage, but it's also the end of pack 8, and just really a cool build so far. I'm glad you're all joining along in this build with me. Okay, for stage 67, we're going to attach the right chassis plate, and first we're going to start off with attaching some carpet to this piece here. Okay, so this piece of carpet's going to go on this part. You've got some raised parts here that are going to line up with the cutouts on the stickers. So let's go ahead and get that installed. All right, like that. Okay, next we're going to take the top of our battery and we're going to install these battery terminals. And these are keyed, so they only go in one way. There's one. There's the other one, and these are going to be held on from the back with some PS12 screws. All right, that looks cool. Okay, next we're going to bring this part back that we carpeted earlier, and this part. And basically this is just going to go on these lugs here, just like that, and that's going to be held on with a couple of PSO5 screws. And these screws are going to go in from the top here. Okay, there we go. Okay, next we're going to bring over this part here, and this is going to go on the underside, and it's going to go right here, and this is keyed, so it only goes in one way. And then we're going to hold this on from the other side using another PSO5 screw. All right, looking good. Okay, now we're going to bring the top of our battery back over in this piece. And with this sitting like this, with that post that we just added facing up, we want to take our battery, and that hole there, which is keyed, is going to go right on that post. And it's going to be held in from this side with another PSO5 screw. Okay. Cool. Okay, for the next step, we're going to take the filler cap, and we get to bring the body of our car back over. And this is just going to go in right here. And it's just press in, just like that. Okay, for this next stage, we're going to take this small bracket here, and this is going to go right down here. And it goes down just like this. Kind of tucks in this little portion down here. So we'll get that down in there, and we're going to hold that on with a DS39 screw. Okay, just like that. Okay, next, while our body is turned upside down, we're going to take this piece, and this is going to go here, and here are going to go over this post and this post. So we're just going to take it. You want this side up, and it just sits down in here just like that. And we're going to hold that in with a couple of DSO2 screws. Just get that one started. Okay, and then we'll tighten those up. Okay, just like that. And with that in place, that is the end of stage 67. Okay, for stage 68, we're going to be attaching the left chassis plate, which is basically the same thing we did on the other side, except this is the bottom of our battery. So first thing I got to do is add some carpet. All right, that part's done. Okay, next we're going to take this piece here, and just like we did before, this is going to go on just like that, and held on with a couple of PSO5 screws. Okay, just like that. Next, we're going to take this piece and flip this over and install this one in here, and then hold it in with another PSO5 screw. All right. Moving on. Okay, now we've got our main body back over, and we're going to put on this other fuel cap, which goes right here. All right, pretty cool. So now we're going to move back over to this side where we put in our other side and our battery, top to the battery, and we're going to take this part here, and this is going to go in right here. It only goes in one way. Then we're going to hold that in with a PSO5 screw, actually two PSO5 screws. All right, just like that, just like we did on the other side. So this goes down in here. Just like that. And that gets held in with a DS39 screw. Just like that. Okay, and then finally we're going to take this piece again that we created for this side and place it over these posts here. Just like that. And we're going to hold those in with a couple of DSO2 screws. Just like that. All right, and with that in, that is the end of stage 68. Okay, for stage 69, we're going to be installing this right side rocker panel, which is going to go right here. Okay, so this piece is just going to go right on here, and we're going to attach this with 4 DSO1 screws, and they go here, 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 and here. So I'm just going to get all 4 started first, and then I'll circle back and we'll tighten those up. And these go in sideways here. All right, now I'll get those tightened up. All right. And there we have the rocker panel on. That is looking so cool. And with that, that's the end of stage 69. Okay, for stage 70, we're going to install the other rocker panel. This one is for the left side. And by the way, these are stamped. This one's stamped. You probably can't see that, but it is stamped with an L. The other one was stamped with an R. So I'm going to get this put on there and I'll be right back. All right. So this one was pretty hard to get in. Remember, dip your screws in some oil. It makes a big difference when you're putting those in. All right, we got that rocker panel on, and that is the end of stage 70. Okay, for stage 71, you'll have to forgive me. This is actually post-editing, Dave. So I don't know what happened, but the footage of me installing the first part of that stage, which is attaching the louvers to the window and getting the door ready to install, the video got corrupt. I don't know what happened. I tried to recover it. Just isn't happening. So unfortunately, I'll show some screenshots here of the process, but also in the next stage, I do go into how to install the louvers on the glass and that portion of it as well. So with that, we're going to pick up with me actually just mounting the door onto the car, and then we'll follow up in the next stage with a little more detail. Okay, now we're not... All right, so now we're going to put our screw in the center one here. And I was wrong. There's actually only one screw holding this on. So we'll get that in there. Now, this is the door, so you want to make sure it's tight, but let's tighten it up a little bit. And then we're going to close the door so we can make sure it's lining up. Okay, and actually I think I'm going to put some tape on that to hold that in place. So it's right where it needs to be. Like that. And then we'll tighten that screw up. And you want to make sure this screw is tight, because opening and closing that door is going to put a lot of stress on this. Okay. Now let's take our tape off and see how we did. Door is still lined up, and it opens, and it closes. All right. And with that, and attaching the door, that is the end of stage 71. Okay, for stage 72, you can pretty much guess what we're going to be doing on this side. The same thing we did on the other door, so let's get this going. Okay, so once again, we're going to line up our louvers for our windows here. Make sure they're in where they need to be. And then we'll attach those with 4 very tiny PS26 screws. All right, there's our louvers on our door. Okay, next we're going to set that aside, and we're going to take this part here, and just like before, this one goes right in here. And then we'll hold that on from the other side with the PS05 screw. Just like that. Okay, so now we're going to attach our door. Make sure our hinge is out. Get that in there. Actually, let's go ahead and turn this over like this. Then we'll put in our door. Then I'm going to get my DS12 screw started. Actually, I'm going to dip that in a little oil, then get it started. I'm really surprised there's only one screw that holds these on. With the torque that's going to be on these, I really would think they would use 2 screws at least, but an engineer I am not. All right, that's pretty tight, so let's close the door. All right, now I'm going to tape that like we did before. All right, now we'll turn that back over and we'll really tighten that screw down. All right, now let's take our tape off and see how we did. Still looks pretty well lined up. All right, now we'll open and we'll close. Awesome. Okay, for stage 73, we're going to be fitting the quarter windows. Okay, so each of these parts is marked with an L and an R, an L and an R. So we're going to match them up. So these are both the L's. And they just fit in just like that. So let's get both of those ready. All right, and then we're going to take our left one first, and we're going to open our door. And we're going to take this unit here. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick it up underneath here, and then it should just snap in place. Yep, just like that. And then from the other side, we're going to hold that in with a couple of PS21 screws. So to do that, we're going to have to close our door and be very careful. So I'm not really going to be able to film this, but basically there's one that's going to go in here and one on the other side. You can see that right there. There's one like that on the other side. So you just gotta, this is going to be kind of fun. All right. So then we'll get our screw down in there. All right, we'll get that one going. Then I'm going to get the other one in and tighten them up. All right, well, you can see I got it in there. That was probably the most challenging attachment point I've had this far in this kit, but not a big deal. You just got to be patient. Make sure your screwdriver is magnetized because you're going to want to drop those screws. So I'm going to do the same thing on the other side, and I'll be right back. All right, we got that one in there. Swing this back around. All right, there's our quarter window. And I'm going to get in there with a towel and clean up that glass because I got my fingerprints all over it. But that completes stage 73. Okay, for stage 74, we're going to prepare the tailgate, and I believe we're just going to be installing this little builder's badge right here. So let's get that opened and install it. All right, and this is pretty cool. Whoops, upside down. It's a pretty cool little badge here. World Champion Car Constructors, 1973, 1970, and 72. And I can't make out the rest, but basically it's keyed. You've got 2 points here and one here, and it's just going to fit right in here. So let's just get that in there. All right, and that is just press fit. All right, and that is actually the only thing we do in this stage, so that's the end of stage 74. Okay, for stage 75, we're going to be attaching the tailgate panel and the hinges. Okay, for this stage, we're going to assemble these hinges, and we've got these two parts here, and they're each labeled left and right. So we're going to start off with the left one. And then you've got these brackets here that are going to attach to these. And these are the same. They're not labeled, but they go on a certain way. So you want to take, we're going to take our left one here, and you want it so you can see the L. Then we're going to take this part here and see on one side you got 2 holes. The other side you only got 1. We're going to use the one with the single hole. And it's basically going to go on here like this, and we're going to hold that on with a PS09 screw. Get our screw started. All right, there's one. We're going to do the same on the other. So make sure you can see the letter. Make sure this is going this way. Okay, just like that, we've got our 2 hinges. Okay, next we brought our body back over and we flipped it over, and this is what would be the driver's side or the left side. You want to make sure you have the hinge that's marked L. Okay, and so this is going to go down here on this mounting point right here, and then this long part here is going to slide through the slot and come out the other side. But I wanted to show you something here. So if you see on this bracket, if you look at it this way, those holes are countersunk. On the other side, they're flat. So you want to make sure that the countersunk side is facing up when you put that in, because the screws we're using, which are DS20, they're tapered to fit down in there. So we're going to take this down here, put that through the slot, and then just hold that in place, and we'll attach that with these DS20 screws. Again, kind of hard to film and do this, but I'm doing my best. All right, now they're started. We'll get them tight. All right, just like that. And now we're going to do the same on the other side. Okay, so now we're using our right bracket. And again, we want to make sure that the tapered side is up like that. We'll slip this through the slot down here onto that mounting point and attach it with 2 screws. All right, just like that. And then if we flip it over, you can see this is the other side of that bracket sticking through on that side. Okay, next we're going to bring over our hatch from before, and this part here, which is, what is this called? It's just a tailgate trim, but it's open on that side and flat on that side. You want it flat. We're just putting it over. There's 2 lugs here. So we're putting it over the lugs, just like that. And then we're going to hold that in with a couple of DS20 screws as well. Okay, just like that. Okay, and with that in place, now that's actually the end of stage 75, and it's actually the end of pack 9. So I'm kind of bummed that we don't get to attach this yet, but it's going to fit on just like that. And oh my gosh, again, don't mind me just geeking out a little bit here. But yeah, we are getting close, and this is really taking shape. Right. All right. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. Like I said before, I've been a fan of this car my whole life, and to see it coming together like this is really something for me. Really enjoying this, enjoying the build. It's a great kit so far. And if you want to get one of these for yourself, just scan that QR code on the screen there, or check the link in the description down below for a link to Agora's website where you can get one of these for yourself. And once again, if you're new here and you need to get caught up on all the previous episodes, there's a link down in the description to the playlist. Please feel free to go check that out and get caught up to speed on everything. And while you're here, if you haven't already, please click that subscribe button down below. It helps out the channel and I'd really appreciate it. And if you're liking this, please remember to give it a thumbs up. And once again, to all my current subscribers and supporters, thank you so much for all you do for the channel. I really appreciate all of you. And if anyone has any questions, or if you're working through this also and you come across a problem, just leave me a note down in the comments section. I read all of them and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Try to help out as much as I can. Okay, for stage 76, we're going to be attaching the tailgate pistons, which are these parts here. And for that, we're going to need to bring the body back over. So let's grab that right now. All right, now that we've got our body in place, we're going to take one of these internal piston parts, and this is going to connect right here with a PS16 screw. So get this in here, get it started. Okay, now we want that to be able to move as the hatch opens and closes, so you don't want to over tighten it. Okay, now we're going to take the second one and do the same thing on the opposite side. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring back our hatch, and I believe we're going to situate that this way. Then we're going to take these 2 other ends of those pistons and this back cover, and we're going to install those on this. Now these have a rounded end on one side. They're hollow on the other. So you want to take the rounded end, and they need to go kind of in here like that. Might be easier on this. So this is going to go on here just like that and be held in with a couple of DS20 screws, but we need to get these underneath there. And if you look under here, there's a little cutout here where this fits into, and that's going to move around in there. So we'll put this in here. We'll put this one in the other side. And then we're going to place that right on there like that. And I'll hold it in, and you can see these are now able to move up and down. All right, let's hold those in with a couple of DS20 screws. And then this last one. Okay, just like that. Those are now in place. And with that, that completes that stage. Okay, for stage 77, we've got our back louvers and parts to our periscope. And in this stage, we're just going to assemble our periscope. So basically, we're just going to take this part here and this part here. And this part is keyed. You can see they're kind of at an angle. So we're going to take this one here and we're going to turn it so that these are angling up. Then we're going to take our periscope, and the bigger one goes in the bottom, the smaller one goes in the top. All right, and that just snaps into place just like that. All right, and that is actually all we do in this stage. So that ends stage 77. Okay, for stage 78, we get the rear glass. So we're going to be attaching this to the tailgate and also installing our louvers from the previous stage. Also, I want to mention that periscope, we're not going to use it for a while. So what I do is I keep all of my use later parts, especially these small ones, in a container like this, so I don't lose them. And for the bigger pieces, if you're going to use it later, I just set it aside with the rest of the car in a safe place to keep dust off it and just make sure I don't lose it. All right, so let's get into this stage. To start off, we're going to take our glass and we're going to set it this way, and then we're going to take our louvers for the rear. And there are several cutouts along here, so we're just going to line these up like so, and just they're just going to sit in there like that for now. Then we're going to bring back our rear hatch, and this is basically going to fit in from this side into those holes like that. And we're going to hold this in with some PS21 screws. Now these PS21 screws are really small, and you also want to make sure you don't over tighten these because you don't want to break that glass. So we're going to start off with this one, just get it started. And then we'll put the rest of them all the way around. All right, and that's the last one. And by the way, there's 8 of those screws that go around that. And with that, that is the end of stage 78. All right, for stage 79, we're going to be building the missile launcher and then also attaching the hatchback to the rest of the body. Now, the missiles, they just sit inside of here. They don't have to be in this stage. In fact, you're going to want to set them aside because as you're turning the car over, they're just going to fall out. Also, I am going to detail mine a little better, so I'm going to actually mask these up and get some paint on them, but I'll do that in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to store these in my trusty extra parts box so I don't lose them. Okay, we're going to bring our hatchback back over, and we're going to turn it over like this. And we're going to take this, and it only goes on one way. So we're going to put this, just in like that. And you'll have a pin here, and you've got an offset hole in the bottom. So that just sits in there like that. And we're going to hold that in with a PSO5 screw. So we'll just stick this down here. All right. just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring over this part. And again, with it upside down, you've got a pin in there and a post here. So you just want to fit that over like that. And we're going to hold that in with another PSO5 screw. All right, just like that. All right, next we're going to bring our body back and our hatchback. Now, the hatchback has some mounting points here, and they're going to mount to these two hinges that we installed earlier. So they install on the outsides, and they're going to be held in with some DS20 screws. So I think the best thing to do is make sure these are in the up position, and we want to just get one side started at a time. I'm going to start this other side. And while we're doing this, these pistons here need to go in these liftgate cylinders here as well. All right, so let's start our pistons first. Get those in here while we've got it loose. All right, so our pistons are in there. And this is going to help hold this in place so we can get these screws here started. I'll tell you what, let's just get our screws started in here. There we go, like so. All right, we got that one started. Let's get our next screw started here. I don't want to tighten these up yet. I want to turn the car around now. We'll get these other two. And then this last one. Now I'm gonna see how that fits. Looks like it fits really good. So now I'm gonna tighten those up. Get the other side. All right, and now our hatch opens and closes. Awesome. Okay, for the last part in that stage, the instructions say to put your missiles in the missile launcher here, but like I said, I'm going to paint mine a little bit up and make them look a little better. So I'm not going to put mine in. So with that, that is the end of stage 79. Okay, for stage 80, this is going to be pretty easy. We're just going to be pre-assembling our headliner. So what we're going to do is take our headliner and this piece here, and this just fits over like that. And then we're going to lock it in on the other side with a PS38 screw. So this just goes in here like so. Just like that. And that is the end of stage 80. Okay, in stage 81, we get our front windshield and our sun visors. So for the next step, we're going to be bringing back over our headliner we did in the last stage. Now, they're not marked, so I don't think it matters which one you use, but the way it goes in is this angled side. See, this is more flat. This angled side goes towards the inside here. And what you do is you want to stick this pin in this hole, and then this one just snaps in place. All right, and then we'll take the other one, get it in there. Snap it in place. All right. And just like that, we have sun visors. And with that, stage 81 is complete. Okay, for stage 82, we're going to be installing the windshield and the louvers, and then installing the roof liner. Okay, we're going to start off first by taking the back of the rearview mirror and this insert here. We're just going to line these up and press that into place just like that. Next, we're going to take this sticker here and we're going to attach it to the rearview mirror that we just put together. Just like that. And then there is a protective piece of film over that sticker. We're going to want to take that off. All right, and just like that, Our rear view mirror is done. Okay, next we're going to take the rear view mirror we just assembled, and then we're going to take this part here, and you want your rear view mirror like this, and this part just goes in this hole here. And just like that, that's done. Okay, next we're going to bring over our interior headliner and the mirror that we just put together. And these are going to go, there's a hole here and a pin, and these are going to go in right here. Only goes one way. And then we're going to hold that in with the other side with a PS21 screw. Okay, for the next part, we're going to take our windshield and our louver, and we're just going to set this on here and line up these holes right here. We're just going to press that into place for now, and then we've got to bring our body back over. We're going to open the hood, and we're going to take the window and the louvers that we put together just a minute ago, and we're going to set these line up in these holes right here. So we're just going to want to set this in there and line it up in those holes like that. Want to make sure that's all the way in, and then you want to close the hood, and I am going to tape mine closed again. Now, because I've got to flip this over, I'm just going to put a little bit of tape on the top here. I'm also going to put a little tape on the side here, and one right here. Now let's turn that over, and then we can put our screws in from this way. I'm going to start off with this top one. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to turn this back over. Let's see if we can do it this way. And we're going to bring our headliner back over. This is going to go in here just like this. And we're going to attach that in with some DSO2 screws. Start with this one here. Then one on this corner right here, and one on the opposite corner. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take this roof mirror part and this sticker here, and we're just going to apply that just like we did our rear view mirror. Okay, and then we'll peel off that protective coating, just like that. And with that, this eventually is going to go up here, but we don't install that yet. So this is going to be another part that goes in our save for later parts bin, so we don't lose it. And with that, that is the end of stage 82. Okay, for stage 83, we're going to be assembling our rear rudders. All right, so these parts here are labeled L for left, R for right, so we want to make sure we get them in there properly. Okay, so we're going to start off with the right side. So we're going to turn this around like this. We're going to take our rudder. Now this is keyed in here. It only goes in one way, and because of that, it only rotates so far in either direction. So we're going to put it in just like that, and then we're going to attach it on the other side with a PSO2 screw. So we'll get our screw down in there. All right, just like that. And then we're going to do the same on the other side. Once again, make sure you've got it in there right. Okay. Just like that. Now we don't actually attach these to the car in this stage. We'll do that later. All right, and that is the end of stage 83, and that's the end of pack 10. So making a lot of cool progress here and some really iconic looking parts here. That's going to be awesome. I can't wait to complete this build. All right, for stage 84, we're going to be attaching the rudders. So we've got our rear bumper cover, and these little parts here, which are going to cover up the screws and the attachment points on the rudders. Okay, so we're going to start off, we're going to bring back our left rudder that we did in the previous stage. And we want to have our rear bumper this way. And this is just going to go on so that this hole here, we're going to put this post in it. So we just want to go on like this, like that, and then we'll hold that on the other side with a PSO5 screw. All right, just like that, and then we'll do the same for the other side. So we're going to take our rudder, go in like this, then hold it on with another PSO5 screw. Just like that. Okay, now we've got these two parts here, and they are labeled left and right. So we're going to start off with the left one, and these are just going to go right in this area right here. There's a couple holes. So we're going to put that down in there and just press it in place just like that. And then we'll do the same on the other side. All right. And those just snap into place just like that. And with that, that's all there is for this stage. We don't do anything with this yet, so that'll probably be in one of the next stages. Okay, for stage 85, we are going to be attaching the propeller guard, another iconic looking piece of this car. You know, whenever I see this, I don't even have to see the whole car. I know exactly what it is. So we're going to be setting this up. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take, we've got 4 little motors and some connectors. So we are going to take the first motor, and they're all labeled number 12, so it doesn't matter which one. But we're basically going to take this and feed it down through the hole in this first one here. Just like so. It'll come out the other side, and then we're going to take our motor and we're just going to press it down all the way inside there, just like that. Then we're going to do the same exact thing with the other 3. Now, I will tell you, inside here, I don't know if you can see it, but if you can see, it's not just a straight round hole through there. It's kind of slotted. So you got to make sure this plug goes in the right way so it'll pass through it. Also, if you kind of curl these little tabs around so they're not so big, it makes it a little easier to feed this through here. There we go. And then just press it in. Just like that. And then the last one. Just like that. All right, moving on. We're going to take these 2 pigtail connectors here. And again, they're both labeled 12. But basically, we're going to attach these 1 on each side. So there'll be 2 on this one and 2 for this one. So let's go ahead and attach those. 1 there, 1 there, and then the last one. All right, just like that. Okay, next, we're going to bring our rear rudder assembly back over, and we're going to take this, and this is going to connect, it's going to snap over these 2 posts here. So you just want to bring it in like so, and then push it down just like that. And then we're going to hold this in place with a couple of PSO5 screws. Now, the screws that we're using to hold this in are actually up here, not these ones down here. So we'll get that one in there and get it started. And I'll go ahead and tighten that one up, and then tighten this one up. Just like that. And then next we're going to take our bumper cover And this is going to go this way, just right over here, like that. And then we'll hold that in with 3 of the PSO5 screws. I'll do the middle one first. Just get it started. All right, now we'll tighten these up. Okay, so that's what that's looking like. And with that, that is the end of stage 85. Okay, for stage 86, we're going to actually be putting the propellers on here and adding these covers here. They are marked. One is marked L for left, the other one R for right. Now, you may say, Dave, there's something missing. I don't see the propellers. Well, that's because the color on the propellers just really wasn't doing anything for me, the original color. So I went ahead and did my own thing again. I went and painted them. So I started off by simply cleaning the parts with alcohol to make sure there was no residue on them. I sprayed them in a white primer, so it would be a very light color when I put the top color on. And then after the primer had dried, I made sure it was really dry. And then I sprayed it with 3 or 4 coats of brass color, a brass paint. The paint I used was actually this old Model Masters paint that I had laying around, and I had one in brass, so I had to mix this up really well and thin it pretty good to give it a nice fine coat on it. And I think they turned out great and they look much better. And here they are. And after I let the paint dry really well, I took a brown wash and just kind of darkened up the edges and this little connecting bolt, I guess you'd call that right there, just to give it a little depth, but I really like how these came out. All right, so let's set this stuff aside. We're going to start off with this right one. We're going to turn this over, and this right one is going to go right here and cover all this up. So it should just fit right in there like so, like that. And then we're going to hold that in with a PSO2 screw. We'll get that in there like so. All right, and we'll take our left one, do the same thing. All right, so just like that, those are covered up. Now we're going to take our first propeller and we're going to just put it over the shaft on the first motor here. Just push it on like that, and then we'll do the other 3. And the last one. All right, we have our props, and I really like how that color looks on those props. The color before was fine, but I just felt it looked a little too toy-like, and this really looks a lot more realistic. And with that, that is the end of stage 86. All right, moving on. Okay, for stage 87, we're going to be building the rear license plate. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take this part and this sticker and put it on. Okay, so you want to make sure you have your license plate situated with these pins at the bottom. And your license plate is going to go on just like this. Otherwise, it's going to be upside down. So let's go ahead and peel this sticker off, get it started here. We'll get it going right here. All right, just like that. Next, we're going to take this piece here and we're going to situate it this way. And we're going to take one of these spring-loaded clasp things, and this is going to go so on this side you can see the spring in there, but we want to see the side where you can't see the spring, and that's going to go in right here on this side. Need something to push that with. All right, clips in just like that. Then we're going to take the other one, and same thing, it's going to go in on this side, like so. Oop. All right, just like that. Then we're going to turn this over so it's situated this way, and we're going to take our spray jets, and these are just going to go over these 2 posts and through those holes. So they'll come out the back like that. Then we've got a couple of springs. So we're going to take our springs. One goes over that one. And one goes over that one on this plate. Not on the pipes that are sticking through, just on the back side. Okay, next we're going to take this piece here and this piece. And you want to make sure that these posts are up. And we're going to take this and make sure that that tab there is facing up. And we're going to put that right on top of those. And we're going to hold this in with a couple of PSO5 screws. Just get one started. We'll do the other one. Okay, now we'll tighten those up. All right, and that will make our jet tubes spring loaded. Okay, next we're going to take this assembly and our license plate and we're going to install it here. Now there's a pin here, hole here, and a pinhole over there. And you got your pins on here, so you want to start one of them in there. And then get this one in the other one. Just like that. And then we close it. It's closed. Then we open it. And it opens up. Just like that. Okay, for this next part, we brought our body back over. We're going to take this assembly and we're just going to slip it in right there. And then on the other side, we're going to attach it with some PSO5 screws. Okay, so to attach this, we're going to put a PS205 screw here and here. So we'll get this one started. And then this one. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to take these pipes and these just get mounted. They just get pressed in this hole here, this hole, and this hole on those little tabs. All right, and those just fit in just like that. All right, now it's mounted in there and we can open them up and close them. And with that, that is the end of stage 87. Okay, for stage 88, we're going to leave the body here because we're going to be fitting the right rear taillights. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is take this right rear taillight housing and we're just going to set it right in there like that. Next, we're going to take the reflector part of our taillight and our lens, and these just going to fit in these little holes here. And those just snap in just like that. Then we're going to take this and we're going to stick it right inside there. And then we're going to have to flip the car over so we can get to the other side. Okay, so next we're going to take this piece here, which has some surface mounted LEDs. And you want to have it this way around. And we're just going to put the LEDs in those holes like so. And then we're going to hold that in with a couple of PSO5 screws here and here. So let's hold that there. Screw started. Now you've got to kind of push on the lens on the other side so it's in there far enough to start that screw. We'll do our other side here. Just like that. All right, and that's how it looks with that taillight assembled and in there. And with that, that's the end of stage 88. All right, for step 89, we're basically doing the same thing, except now we're doing the opposite taillight. So we'll take this, put it in there. We'll take this and our lens. We'll put those on here. Snap that in. And then this goes in here. And then we'll flip this over and attach it from the other side. Okay, next we're going to take our surface mounted LED part and just stick it right in there, just like that. And then we'll attach that with a couple of PSO5 screws. And then we'll have our two connecting wires just hanging out there. Okay, so with both taillights in now, that is the end of stage 89. Okay, for stage 90, there's only two parts. This is the left and right fuel tanks. However, this is actually a very big stage and an exciting one because we're actually going to be installing the cockpit and the chassis onto the main body of the car. So let's get right to that. Okay, so for the first part of this stage, in the instructions, they want you to pull your wires out. Initially, they had us route the wires out this way. And on this stage, we're going to pull the wires back out and route them through the front. Now, I already did that because I saw where this was going before. So I went ahead and did that. But there is this retaining clip that sits right down in here, and they want us to remove that. So if you've already done this, make sure you remove that retaining clip. Okay, for this next part, they want us to support the car upside down. That's like this, and that's what I've done. I would make sure you tape all your doors and hoods shut so they don't go flopping around on you. And then we're going to take our interior and we're going to put it in the car. So you just want to flip this over, and this should just set down like so. Now you want to make sure that your interior is sitting right on top of this post and the same one on the other side. Then you'll know it's in the way it's supposed to be. Okay, next we're going to put a couple of DSO2 screws in, one on each side, one here, and the same on the other side. And you're going into metal, so make sure you put a little oil on your screw. It'll just make it go in a little easier. All right, I've got that one started. I'm going to do the other side, and then I'll tighten them both up. Okay, just like that. Okay, next they want us to locate wire 2 and wire 4 and route them over to this side of the car. I'm going to use a little bit of tape to make sure those stay where I want them. Just like that. And then the rest of these wires all route to the opposite side, and you just want to make sure that none of them are covering up any of these metal posts where we're going to have screws going in. So let's get them behind that post down there. All right, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take our chassis, and our chassis is just going to fit in. Let's make sure our taillight wires are wrapped around so they don't get stuck under. Our chassis just fits in like so. Once again, make sure you're not pinching any wires. All right, just like that. And actually, you know, I was wrong. We want our taillight wires to be inside of there because we're going to open the hatch to connect those. We don't want those coming out that side. So we'll put those back how they were. And we'll set this down again. Now, these posts these tabs right here are going to fit right down on these lower 2 white posts connected to the main body of the car. So let's get those down in there. Then we're going to use some DSO2 screws to attach those with. Okay, so the bottom of the chassis is in, and we've got these 2 front screws holding it down. Now, one thing I will say, I had a hard time getting this to line up, and it was because my cockpit was in the front, but it wasn't all the way down in the back. So when you're putting it in, make sure it goes all the way down in the back around the bulkhead and then down on the front. Once you get that in, the bottom chassis went in just fine. Okay, next we're going to use a couple of DSO2 screws, and those are going to go in here and here. Just get that one started. Just like that. Okay, next we're going to use a couple of PSO5 screws, and those are going to go here and here. Okay, just like that. Okay, next we're going to take our right fuel tank, and it's marked with an R, and these 2 tabs here are going to go on these 2 posts right here. Just like that, and we'll hold them in with a couple of PSO5 screws. Then we're going to do the same with our left side fuel tank. Same way, same screws. Just like that. Okay, next they want us to start connecting these wires. So we're going to match up the number 7 wire here with the number 7 wire here and connect those up. And the number 5 to the number 5 wire. Just like that. And then we'll do the same on the other side. So here is number 8 and number 8. And then number 9 and number 9. Wrong way around. Make sure those are nice and secure, just like that. All right, now we've turned the body around and we're going to start connecting the wires from the front here. So the first thing they want us to do is find wire 13. So we'll just connect these two up. And we'll just do that for the rest of the wires. All right, all of the wires are now connected. So yay, the interior cockpit is installed, the chassis installed, everything is tightened down. And wow, that is the end of stage 90. That was a big stage, but we got a lot done in that one. All right, let's move on. Okay, before I jump into stage 91, I'm going to alter the assembly process here. I'm actually going to jump forward to stage 100 from pack 12. And that is assembling the remote control. And my reasoning for this is really simple. I'm at the point now where I've got all the electronics in, I've got everything wired up, with the exception of the fans. But what I want to do is I want to put this together so I can actually test all of those connections and make sure all the lights and make sure everything works, because if I keep going and wait till the end to do this, it's going to be hard to get back in there and troubleshoot things. So I don't have a test board or anything, and I really don't have a really good, reliable way to test the individual circuits. So I'm just going to go ahead and assemble this now, and then I'll be able to test everything, and hopefully that goes well, and we'll move on with the normal assembly process. All right, so the first thing we need to do with this is we're going to take our the front of our remote, and we're going to take the buttons, and these just simply fit right in here. Turn it around. Those just go in just like that. So on the back, when you push it, it pushes down and it'll hit a contact point on the board. All right, next we're going to get our circuit board out here. All right, we're going to take our circuit board, and it looks like how is this going to go here? So we're going to plug this into here. Looks like it just goes this way. Yep, just like that. And then these are our actual buttons. So we need to move this around so that everything lines up. All right, so it goes in just like that, and then we can hit our buttons, and we are going to use some PSO2 screws to hold this together. So we're going to put one on the top, and we're going to put another one right here. All right, and it sounds like they clickety-clack, so that's a good sign. Next, we're going to take our backing. How does this go? Okay, so these are some tabs up here. These need to go in first and then close down like that. And then we'll put another PSO2 screw right there to hold that in. All right, and then after I put the batteries in, the cover just snaps on like so, and it's good to go. All right, that's the end of that stage. Moving on. Okay, for stage 91, we're going to build this rear valance, or the rear clip. We're going to add these, and then we're also going to add the props to the back of this. So let's start off with these parts here. Are they labeled? Yes, this is left, and this one is right. Okay, so we're going to start off with our right insert here, and it's just going to sit on these two studs right here, or posts. Like that. And we're going to hold this in with a DSO2 screw. Let's get this started. All right, so actually on this one, we're only using one screw to hold this in, but that's what it'll look like on the back. So let's take our other one and do the same thing. Those are in, looking just like that. Okay, next we're going to bring back over our propeller unit here, and there's some grooves in here. We're just going to kind of set these in here and fit this into both sides of that rear clip like so. So it's looking like that. And then we're going to take some PS25 screws to put this together. Now here we're going to be using that other hole of this insert that we put in previously on both sides. So let's start with this one. Just get that in there. Started. All right. And then we're going to put one here, one here. Flip this over to this one. Okay. Just like that. Oh, that's looking so cool. Okay, next we're going to put this on. So you want to kind of put it in here and just hold it like that. And then we're going to put some screws in the top to hold that in. All right, now when you do this, you want to make sure you don't have any of the wires trapped. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to install 2 screws just to kind of hold this in. Then I'm going to flip it over and make sure all of my wires are clear and in the right place. Okay, so I flipped it over and made sure all my wires are clear, and they are. So now I'm just going to put these last 2 screws in back here. And then we'll tighten everything up. All right, those are all nice and tight. Okay, now that is screwed together, we're going to turn it over and we're going to connect our number 12 plugs. These go to the props. So there's that one. And this one over here. All right. Then I'm just going to tuck these in under here so they're out of the way. Okay, next they want us to cut off these 4 little white caps, and they go where we put the screws in the back here. Now the instructions tell you don't do this until after, do it later after you've verified that your electronics all work. But since I have already verified happily that the electronics are working, I'm going to go ahead and put these in there. Okay, so these things are surprisingly tricky to get in there, but I'm going to show you a little tip. Put some this is just blue tack on the end of a toothpick and get it lined up in there. Then use another one to get it off the blue tack. And then take the blunt end. This is just a skewer that I use for painting parts. Take the blunt end, put it on there square, and then just push it down in there. And they'll go in just fine. Okay, and with that, that is the end of stage 91. So it's really looking cool right now. And like I said before, I'm just geeking out on this because this is just super cool. All right, moving on. Okay, for stage 92, we're going to be building the first of the hydroplane fins. This is for the right side. Now, these are just going to go in here like this, and they are keyed. There is a tab right here, and there's a notch in there. So you want to make sure you get these in the right way, like that, because they'll only move a little, they only move so much, and then they stop. So we're going to put that in there, and we're going to hold it in with a PS23 screw. So this just goes in here like so. Okay, just like that. Let's tighten that up a little more. Okay, just like that. Okay, and that completes stage 92, and that completes this pack for pack 11. So yeah, a really productive pack. for sure. I mean, just look at it. It's really looking like the car now. And we don't put these on yet, but it's going to go there. Oh my goodness, it's looking so cool. All right. Also, I did detail up my missiles for the back. I think they came out pretty good. I basically primed them. I cleaned them up with some alcohol, primed them in black primer. First, I taped off the original, those lines are the original color of the missiles. I just used some really small tape to tape those off. Primed it black, painted it in silver to give it that metallic look. And then I dipped the ends in just some red paint to give it a nice, even cone paint job on the end there. I think they came out really good, and they're going to look way better in there than the original, just that dark orange reddish color that they were. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put these in here right now because they're cool. All right. Okay, friends, for stage 93, we're going to be fitting the front right hydroplane fin, which is this part that we completed in the previous stage. And in this stage, we get the front under panel for the car. So this is a nice big solid chunk of metal here. So we're basically going to situate this like this. We're going to take our hydroplane, and this is just going to mount right there with some DS01 screws. Okay, so let's get this one started here. All right. And also we want to make sure these are nice and tight. All right. Just like that. And with that, that is the end of that stage. Okay, for stage 94, we're going to be fitting the front left hydroplane fin. So first we are going to assemble this here like we did before. And again, these are keyed. They only go in one way, and they'll go in so that they only turn so much. And we're going to be fitting this with a PS23 screw. Okay, next we're going to bring over the bottom of the car from the last stage. And we're going to fit this right here. And also, just so you know, these are labeled here. This is FL for front left. The other one is FR for front right. All right, so we'll put that in there. And we're going to hold this in with some DS01 screws. Once again, we want to make sure these are tight. Okay. And that is the end of that stage. I think there's going to be a lot of very short stages in this part. All right, on to the next one. Okay, for pack 95, we're going to be preparing the right rear wing. And once again, we're fitting this with a PS23 screw. Okay. Just like that. And with that, that is, again, a short stage, but we're done with that stage. Okay, for stage 96, we get another nice big chunk of metal. And for this stage, we're going to be fitting the rear under tray and the right rear hydroplane fin. So in this stage, we're going to bring back the part we built earlier, and we are going to be marrying these two together, just like this. And we're going to be fastening these with a DS01 screw. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. So let's just get these middle ones started. And we'll get the outer one started. All right, then I'm going to get my bigger screwdriver because these need to be pretty tight. So I'm going to make sure I get them as tight as I can get them without stripping them out. Don't want to strip them. That would be bad. Okay. All right. Okay. And the two pieces are now joined together. So now we're going to take our right rear hydroplane that we did in the previous stage. We're going to turn this around, and this one is going to go right here and be held in with some DS01 screws. All right, just like that. Oh, it's starting to take shape. All right, that is the end of that stage. Okay, for stage 97, we're going to build the last hydroplane and then we're going to fit it to the body. So let's go ahead and just get this on here like so. And once again, this is a PS23 screw. Okay, just like that. Moving on. Okay, now we're bringing the bottom of the car back over and we're going to be fitting this one right here. And we're securing that with some DS01 screws. All right, just like that. All right, and with that, that is the end of stage 97. And wow, look at that. I mean, this is so cool. This is just really cool. Can't wait to get this fitted to the rest of the car. All right, let's move on. Okay, friends, so here I have my base. I've already put a clear varnish over the edges. This is going to be the front and this will be the back. And what I want to do now is I want to bring this piece over now that it's complete. And I want to figure out where on the base I want the car to be. So now that I know where my holes are going to be for mounting, I can mark them on the board and then I'll know where they're going to go. So I'm thinking I don't want it too close to the back. I want it kind of centered. Like so maybe. I think that looks good. So let's go ahead and mark our holes. All right. And there are my holes where I'm going to mount the car to. All right. So I'm going to get to finish figuring this out and we'll get some more progress on the base. All right, moving on. Okay, for stage 98, we're getting so close, I can taste it. All right, we are going to be attaching the limpet mine hatch and under tray of the car. All right, so let's get started with this. Move these out of the way here for now. We're going to take these two parts here. And looks like this part goes this way. And this part goes this way. And it just snaps in just like that. Okay, next we brought the body of the car over and turned it upside down. And we're going to take the piece we just made. Focus. We're going to take this piece we just made. And let me move the camera. It's going to go right down in here. So you want to make sure you have all your wires routed away from this square opening here, because the bottom of this is going to go down inside that opening. I had one wire that was coming off this way and it was in the way, so I had to reroute it. But basically we're just going to take this and we're going to set it down in here like so. All right, and then we're going to attach that right here with a DS02 screw. So let's get that down in there and started. All right, so I'm not sure why. It may be just my model, but in the instructions it says to use a DS01 screw here. But if I use a DS01 screw, it doesn't fit in the hole. In other words, the hole's too big for the screw. So I did switch to a DS02, this silver one here, and that one seemed to work fine, but I don't know if that'll happen on yours. Maybe it's just mine, but it's just that hole is just a little too big for the screw that they call out. But either way, that's in, looks good, moving on. Okay friends, just a quick update on my base and diorama part here. So my clear lacquer has dried, or my clear varnish, and I've painted around the edges in a gloss black, and that is nice and dry now. Here and here are where I marked where my stands are going to be for the Lotus once it's done. So my next step is going to be drilling these out to fit the posts so I can get the posts kind of configured how I want them and test fit everything. And then once that's done, I'll move on to the next step, which it's going to be a multi-step process, but I really think this is going to look super cool. So, all right, let's get back to the build and more on this later. Okay, next we're going to be adding the spring to the door here. So it looks like we just get this stretched over here. All right, just like that. Okay, next we brought our base back over and we're going to take this part we just did and we're going to set it right in here, just like that. Make sure you can see how that's in there. Then we're going to bring over this part here and it's just going to fit over. It's got little cutouts here that'll go over these two posts. So we'll just put it like that. And we're going to attach that with a couple of DSO2 screws. So we'll just get one started here. All right. Just like that. And then if we turn it over, you can see our limpet mine hatch is spring loaded. Okay, just another quick update on the base. So I've got my holes for my rod drilled. So those are just going to fit in there like that. And then I'm going to epoxy them in. But before I do that, I've got to put them in here and then use this tool to figure out exactly what angle and where to cut these. So they're basically the same as the base. So I'm going to set my stands on here and this will just lay flat on top of the stands, and then I'll just make a circle around here and that way I'll know where to cut them. Okay, just another quick update. I have my acrylic stands made to mimic these stands. And then I drilled a center hole in there and I'll put this pin in here, and then I've got this like foam cushion that's going to go right over that. And that way when the body of the car sits on here, it's not going to get scratched. But these pins will go right through the holes where the screws go that hold these on. And if I did everything right, the car will just sit right on those pins. These are going to be glued in here with some epoxy so that they will not move. I'm leaving them loose for now until I get all my test fitting done. But yeah, it's coming along swell. So more on this later. But for now, back to the build. Okay, friends, another quick update on my base/diorama for the Lotus. Yes, this is still the Lotus build series, not a totally different model kit build and review. However, I was inspired to do this based on some of the movie posters, the original movie posters from The Spy Who Loved Me. I'll put up a couple of them on the screen here. And I thought, you know, in the movie, the whole premise of the movie is submarines are being captured by the bad guys and to collect their missiles and, you know, blow up the world and all that, you know, world domination, that type of thing. But I really like the submarine aspect of it, and I think it's kind of fitting. And so I picked up this model. It's the USS Los Angeles class. You can do several different versions. It's actually a 3-in-1 kit. This is from Hobby Boss. It's 1x350 scale, which is actually not a bad scale. And I think I paid $16 for this on Amazon. And it's actually not a bad kit. Not a lot of parts. I mean, you wouldn't expect there would be in something like this, but I mean, you know, you've got 3 different versions. You could do it with the periscopes and everything up, or like it's underwater. It comes with a stand. Actually has a really nice paint guide and shows you which version for pretty much, I think the decals are all that change. Although there is 2 separate hulls. And I've already kind of been test fitting, so the tops are what are different. So I'm not 100% sure what the difference in the top is, except for right here, there's fewer outlets here and a whole bunch of extra, look like hatches on this one. But I've decided I'm going to use this one. And it's basically, you know, it's two halves. It's a top and a bottom. And then you've also got a nice set of, well, you can't really see them because they're all in white, but nice set of decal markings. You've got two separate conning towers and the associated parts for those. You've got a plastic prop and some more parts for the base and for the fins on the sub. And it even comes with some photo etched parts. You've got a photo etch here for the base, and you've got some nice 3 pieces to make props from, and maybe a couple hatches there, and then a little base. So granted, I am going to completely cannibalize pretty much most of this kit. However, you know, like I said, it's a pretty nice little kit, and after this build, I may just pick up another one at some point and build it. I really like submarines, and if you've been watching my other series on the large-scale Gatto class submarine that I've been building, you know, that's been a fun build so far. Yes, I am going to get back to that, more coming on that soon, but I'm going to utilize this in my diorama, and I'm not going to kind of go into how and what it's going to look like. I kind of want to save that for the reveal, but let's just say it's going to have an actual purpose, and I may be trimming out a lot of the bottom in here to do something special. So yeah. All right, so that is a quick update for the base / diorama. So now we can go back to the build. Okay, friends, just another quick update. So for my base, I have my acrylic tubes glued down with some resin, so these are not going anywhere. I also put some heavier pins right here. These will go in the actual holes where the screws go to hold in the original base that comes with it, the little black stands. For the ones that go in the rear, I did have to drill out the holes a little bit. They just weren't deep enough, and I wasn't getting enough of the pin in there, but since there's nothing above those, I just drilled them out a little bit to where the pins would fit nicely in, so it'll be easier to put it on the base. So my next step is I'm going to be adding some foam strips to the bottom to simulate sand rails, you know, sand in the bottom. And then I've also found a couple of these little cool, I found them at the secondhand store. They're just plastic rocks. So I'm going to paint these up and detail them and just put them on the base somewhere just to give it a little more detail. And then once my foam rails are in and I've got my simulated ocean bottom there, then I'll be adding my sand as a base, sealing it, painting it up a little bit to give it some highlights. And then after that's done, we'll be ready to sit the Lotus right on the stand here. Also, I have the back pretty much done, with the back of the display is done. I'm going to save that for the reveal though, because it really came out nice. And then I'm also working on the submarine to light the model when we're done. So lots more to come. Until then though, let's get back to the build. Okay, friends, for this next part of stage 98, we're going to be putting the bottom of the car, the skid plate, on the rest of the body. So, I don't know if I'm going to be able to record all of this or not. Putting these parts together is always the most stressful for me because they never seem to fit right. So, I'm going to try to do this, and you may see some of it, you may not, but let's see how it goes. Okay, actually that doesn't look too bad. Gotta make sure these are in here. Okay, we're going to be using some DS01 screws for this, and some PSO2 screws. So let's start with the PSO2 screws here. Let's get the center mounted in. So that's going to be right here. Just get that started. All right, those are in. Let's check. All right, I'm going to put these two screws in now, and these are also PSO2s. Okay, those four are in, and it looks pretty good. So I'm going to flip this over and make sure those are not in all the way. All right. So what I'm checking is where the fin mounts up into the car, there's a little slot and a tab. You want to make sure those are in all the way. And it looks like they are. So I'm going to put these two screws in, which are PSO2 screws. So basically, I'm starting to fasten from the middle, and I'm working my way out. That way everything has an even amount of pressure going out. And theoretically, it should work. I mean, that's how it works in general mechanics. All right, so those two are in. These four are in. I think I'm going to do the two front, which are DSO1 screws. All right, those are in. So now I'm going to put the last two in, which are DSO1s also. All right, so now I'm just going to check everything's lined up. And then if it is, I'll tighten everything down. Okay, that all went together, and all of my screws are in and tight, and it looks really good. All right, moving on. All right, next in the instructions, it says to take our limpet mines and put them in the holder here, but I'm actually not going to put mine in there because I'm going to use mine on my display base. All right, let's move on. Okay, next we're going to fit the battery cover. It's just going to go on just like that, but before I do that, I'm going to put some batteries in. All right, now eventually I am going to replace these with dummy cells and have a small lead coming out of here, just around the plastic here. And that is going to be connected to a power supply that will power the unit, so I don't have to worry about replacing batteries. All right, now this is going to be held down with some DSO1 screws. Let's do this one here. And this is just your battery cover, so these don't have to be tight. Just snug them up so it doesn't rattle around. And you should be fine. Because if you're just going to use regular batteries, you're going to have to probably open this up fairly often. All right, moving on. All right, so we got our belly pan on. We've got our limpet mine thing figured out. We've got our battery cover and our batteries in there. And it went together pretty good. I mean, it was a little touch and go there for a few minutes, but once you get these aligned to go in on both sides of the body, it goes in pretty well. And again, just start in the middle and work your way out when you're putting in your screws, and that'll flatten everything out and shouldn't have any problems. All right, now keep in mind at this point, you can't set this on the ground really to store it. You'll need to prop it up. For one, you want to make sure you're not damaging your prop shields here. And when you have it upside down, also watch that you've got clearance for your rear fins back here so that they don't get damaged. All right, so let's move on. For the submarine portion of this project, I assembled the sub per the instructions for the most part before I cut the end off it. The parts went together well. It's a pretty nice little kit. After I was done building the sub, I shot it in a coat of black primer and then clear coated it in a matte varnish. Here I'm adding some detail by just dry brushing a light gray over the black primer. It just highlights some of the raised areas. Now, I'm not going for a hyper accurate representation of a submarine, of an actual submarine, because the one in the movie is not based on an actual submarine. But I did want to give it some detail and make it look nice. And then I'm following that up with adding some even more detail by adding some rust and some watering kind of effect to the hull. For this, I'm just using the weathering technical pencils from Ammo from their lock and load system. These work really great. They're really easy to use because you just put on where you want some detail and how much you want, and then you just go over it with a wet brush and kind of drag it down so it lightens it up and fades everything in. And you can add more if you want, or take some away by just wiping it off. So when I was happy with my weathering, I clear coated the entire sub in a matte varnish just to kind of blend all of the different shades and colors in. And in the end, I think it came out really nice. Okay, friends, for step 99, they give us the display stands that come with the kit. Now, I'm not going to use mine eventually because I'm building a display for this and a diorama. But I am going to use them in the meantime so I can store the car without having to worry about messing up my props or my fins. So these just go on pretty straightforward. The ones with the 2 holes closer together goes on the front. The ones with the 2 holes farther apart go on the back. Now, the rear one is going into metal, so you're going to use a DSO2 screw for that. The front ones are going into plastic, so you're going to use a PSO5 screw for this one. Now, they only go one way. If you get these turned around, I'll show you here. If you get these turned around, your angle here is off, so it won't sit right. So just follow the instructions, make sure you get those on and put the screws in there, and you'll be good to go. And that's actually the last part of stage 99. So let's move on. We're almost to the finish line, folks. Okay, friends, the last update for the base. The base is done. I've got my sand down. It looks like the bottom of the ocean. I've got my rocks detailed and attached to the base. I've got my little foam pads for my clear rods where the car is going to sit on. And the background is also in place, but I'm going to save that for the final reveal, as is the special effects submarine, which is above, just out of camera range. That's also going to be saved for the reveal. I do have one of my limpet mines here, and just like in the movie, I'm going to put it somewhere down here on the ocean floor, so it'll look like they just released the mine and it landed on the ocean floor and it's ready to blow up the bad guys. All right, so we are pretty much at the finish line, so I'm going to be right back with the final reveal. And here it is, friends, the completed Lotus Esprit Wet Nellie from The Spy Who Loved Me and from Agora Models. All right, as you saw in the photos, the background is in place. The submarine is in place with the water light effect coming down from underneath the sub onto Wet Nellie. Wet Nellie is mounted on the base. It is not going anywhere. I can remove it off the base if I want to for any reason, but probably not going to do that anytime soon. As far as the water, the underwater effect that the LED provides, it really doesn't show that great on camera. I wish it would, but in person, it looks really cool. Right now, you can't really see it because I've got the set lights on so that you can see the model and the bench. But yeah, looks super cool, came out super great. I'm really, really happy with how it came out. As I've said many times, I am a huge fan of James Bond and of this car in particular. So to see it physically here completed like this is just really amazing. So just a little on how I accomplished everything. So I kind of went over the base. It's just a big piece of wood, basically. I attached the clear acrylic posts to mount the car on. The base, I did some different experimenting, but basically it's just Mod Podge with sand on top of it, and then kind of form it how I want, and then just spray a clear coat of Mod Podge over the sand to kind of hold everything in place. To detail the rocks, that's just basic painting and detailing and dry brushing, and everything is attached to the base solidly. For the background here, I basically designed a poster using Canva, which you can use for free. They have a free version of Canva. And then I just downloaded the image file and I took it to a print shop, gave them the file, they printed it off. I trimmed it to the size I needed. I mounted it on a thin piece of wood, and then over the top of the poster, I have a thin piece of acrylic, just clear acrylic sheet. I did get some brass fasteners and I attached them. So basically the poster is sandwiched between those two pieces, the wood backing and the clear acrylic front. For the submarine, as you saw, I demoed the model kit for the submarine. I just built the sub, pretty much just the top and the bottom, and then I cut the back end off. So the back end is flat. I put a tube from the back all the way to the front with the LED in the middle of it and kind of a reflective lens on it. And then this submarine just fits right over that tube. If I ever needed to take that off and maybe replace the LED or something, I can. But for the most part, it fits really well. So once I had the backside done for the background, I just attached it to the back of the base with some L brackets. For the power for the LED, when you buy it, I'll leave a link down in the description for the Amazon link where I ordered the light from. It does come with a battery pack. It takes 8 AA batteries. It runs on 12 volts. So what I did is I took a phone charger, basically kind of power supply, with a step-up connector, which brought that 5 volts up to 12 volts. So now I can power it with just a USB connector. The power for the car is also run through the same power supply. I don't have any batteries to worry about. I just plug it in. That way I can leave the switch inside the car here. I just leave that on all the time. So when I want to turn it on, I just flip the switch on the cord, everything powers on, and then I've got my remote control to control my lights and features on the Lotus, and the water effect just stays on. As for the remote, it's right here. It went together really well, and it works really well. The fans just came on. Now they're off. Well, I don't have the lights open. Let's open up the lights. We'll turn on the headlights, which you can't see, but they're on. See if the taillights show up on camera. Nope. Blinkers, nope. Oh, that kind of blinker shows up. There we go. But anyways, the remote works really well, and that will just sit here on the base with the car. And for all of you who are interested in this, I would highly recommend this kit. It goes together really well. There's no major issues that you can't just work out, but that's part of model building, is problem solving, and there will be some problems to be solved, just like there is with any kit. But as far as the kit itself goes, really awesome, really, really great quality on this kit. Everything works, the lights work, the motors work for the fans, the interior lights, everything is just really, really nice. So if you're interested in getting one of these, there is a scannable QR code on the screen. There's also links down in the description. Check it out, sign up, get on the mailing list, get on their website, check everything out, and get yourself one of these of your very own. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. If you have any questions or anything you want to know about my process and the build or the base or the background or anything like that, just leave a comment down in the comment section below and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I really hope you all enjoyed this build series. I really had a great time building this kit. I'm really thankful to Agora for sending it in and allowing me to build this and review it on my channel. Thank you so much, everyone at Agora, for your support. And especially to all you watching this, thank you so much. Lots of questions have come in and people have reached out to me on this kit. And thank you to all of you who've been watching and following along. I really appreciate it. If you like this series, please remember to give it a thumbs up. And if you haven't already, please click that subscribe button down below. It helps me out, helps the channel out, and I'd really appreciate it. All right, friends, well, that's a wrap on the Wet Nellie build from Agora Models. So until next time, everyone, just be safe out there and go build something.